Um, Good afternoon and welcome to the April 8th, 2026 Historic District Commission meeting. We are starting with our workshop, which is our business portion of the meeting. We have one pre-application review project today, one staff announcement, and we need to approve minutes from the March meeting. And Chair Bell, is there anything else that you have to add? Okay.
Nope.
Would we like to start with the workshop item?
Yes.
Okay. I believe the applicants are in the room. If you'd like to come on up and feel free to grab a third chair. And JT is bringing you a microphone. And we have your presentation pulled up. This is for new construction in Wilmore. So this is Wilmore Drive. This is South Mint Street, and it is 3 houses in. It's right here. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. If you would press the button just once until it will turn green. And then if you would just state your name and your address, and then you can get started. You have about 15 minutes, but I would say try to leave a good bit of that time for the commission to provide their feedback. And just as a reminder to everybody, these workshops are for applications that have not been submitted yet. They are proposed projects. Again, no application has been submitted, and it's for high-level, non-binding feedback from the commission.
All right, hello, my name is Akiela Johnson. I'm with Integra Design, and we're presenting on behalf of Derek Weber, who is also present. The address of the proposed site for the Weber residence is 2213 Wilmore Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina. So first we wanted to start off with some context. We have the current home here. We are proposing for a new construction. The home was damaged beyond repair. And the demo has already been approved. We're going to use this, Derek Weber would like to use this opportunity to kind of refresh the home and provide a new construction and kind of set a precedent for the neighborhood moving forward. Here, we wanted to show the proposed design will maintain a 1-story profile along with the rest of the neighborhood. The entire street view, as you can see, highlighted in the pink, that is going to be our residence. And it will continue to maintain the same scale, height, and width of the other projects, of the other homes. For the next slide, this is showing the site plan. We have here a few trees that will be demoed, as well as we're showing the topography. As you can see, the topography is sloping a bit. I think it is about a 10-foot slope from the street to the back. So we kind of want to use that as well in the proposed design.
And this is the existing structure?
Yes, ma'am. This is also to provide context for the existing floor plan, just so we know what we're starting off with. Next, this is the current condition and our proposed design. The proposed design will revitalize the site and add a fresh yet familiar face to the Wilmore district. This view that we're showing currently is the view that you should be able to see from the street itself as you're turning the corner, driving down the street. The design will be a primarily brick structure, similar to some other buildings in this district in appearance, with a subtle flair. The designer and owner's goal is to make it more homey with warm tones and use some two-tone brick to kind of break up the face of the home. Next, we have the front and side elevation. This front elevation here, we want to maintain the same compact facing design for the front as to keep it similar with the rest of the street and the rest of the homes. On the same street. The style is going to be a brick home with tapered columns, brick column bases, and aluminum clad windows. The side view, this view is currently from the driveway side. As you can see, is keeping the same architectural language, but we're also taking advantage of the topography where we're going to give a kind of like a basement condition. And also kind of breaking away the garage is like a low profile accessory building, and that will be non-visible from the street. This is the rear and the other side of the home. Again, continuing with the same architectural language. On the rear, we're going to have kind of like a balcony condition that kind of faces poolside in the privatized backyard. Next, this is a site plan. This kind of goes over the plantings and trees. The plantings and landscape is not finalized, but this is just to give an idea of the types of trees we will be replacing, the type of foliage and plantings that will be around the building. On the east side, that's right adjacent against another property, and we will be placing brick and metal fencing with kind of hollies for privatization. This is to give an example of the proposed and the types of materials we will be using, some brick samples, some concrete pavers for the drive. Also on here, we've updated the backyard, the rear. The pool is now reduced and we kind of have a concrete paver deck condition here next to the pool, as well as added some more green space in the back. This is to show that same east side where the brick fence, brick and metal fence will be, kind of showing how it's staggering and stepping along the topography and kind of giving a scale to those hollies, again, to show how we're presenting when you come around that corner. They're going to be tall. You're not going to be able to see kind of what's happening in the back. For example, the garage and kind of like the two-story element. That will be hidden given how we're presenting the side. This is also to show that balcony porch condition that is in the rear and to kind of expand on the style that we're doing here, which is the brick, the taper columns, the pedestal, the siding, railing choice, trim, and things of that nature in terms of the architectural style that we're going with here. So we're excited to hear you guys' feedback and take some notes.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Anybody want to get started?
Sure.
Hi, thank you. So I appreciate the comparison to the existing structure, and some of the comparisons around the neighborhood, but at the end of the day, I think contextually, I would like for you to explore kind of the architectural styles that are already in the neighborhood. I think that your proposed structure is a little bit more traditional than what I would compare. And I don't believe that hip roofs are as popular in that particular neighborhood. And so I feel like the overall mass of the structure in itself, the height, the width, the depth, is going to be something that we would directly compare to existing houses. So if you would work with staff on some of the documentation and information that they can provide, that's going to be the first thing that we're going to ask you about. So the context and massing, and then overall, you know, I do see some elements that are repetitious of some design elements within the neighborhood, but again, it's a little bit dressier than that neighborhood in itself typically. And then the 3-car garage, I don't believe that we have anything like that in the neighborhood. And so again, that specifically is going to be contextual. as well. So I just think the more you can bring us that connects your new house to the existing houses that are already there is going to be easier for us to understand how this house is going to fit into the neighborhood itself. That makes sense?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Oh, and permeability. That is gonna be a big element with that much house on the structure. You're looking for 50% permeability from the rear line of the house. I'm not sure, but I know staff can help you calculate that since the old house is being taken down. But that also, I think, will impact your design overall too.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. And the pool is considered non-permeable.
Okay.
Or, yes, non-permeable. Thank you.
Anybody else got Chris?
I would add that I appreciate that from the front elevation, I mean, it appears to be a one-story, which is very compatible scale and contextually with the neighborhood. And that you're utilizing that huge drop off. Agree 100% on the garage. That was something I was going to comment on too. We would look for examples of that already being something that is present in the neighborhood, and pretty sure it is not. So that would be a tough one for us. So thank you.
The only other thing I would add is the complexity of like it's a lot going on with the roof. So like Commissioner Wojcik said with the hip roof, but there's a lot of different things going on. So I would also look at the standard on roof or roofs,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Complexity of.
complexity of form.
Complexity.
I may have missed it, but did someone say anything about the connectivity between the garage and the main house?
Did not, but I figured that might be addressed when they.
Maybe we
resend
should,
the-
maybe we should share.
Oh, I didn't realize it. Do you want to say something?
Okay.
Typically garages are not attached. And so there are some ways in other neighborhoods that I know that we have done something that's a little bit more open visually. But again, contextually, we're looking for, is there a detached garage? How big is that attached garage? Is it historic? That's the other element, is we're looking for historic properties, not things that have been built, not newer construction.
And that carries also through other stylistic elements with the really tall brick piers and columns. That's not a typical historic feature and, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's what, when I say traditional, that is a pretty formal, traditional style house, whereas Wilmore in itself is more small cottage, American home. So it's not that they don't have columns, it's just typically not in that formal of a design detail.
I have a question pertaining to the connection. Right here, we are kind of trying to, that is like a walkway. It's not necessarily like
Enclosed.
like attached, but so what you're asking for is more open. So maybe like more of a canopied situation or,
Potentially.
okay,
I mean, historically attached garages are not attached.
like with some
At all,
form,
with a
okay,
structural
okay,
form, whether a roof line or not. So
okay,
that in itself, I don't believe is in the neighborhood. So that would be a kind of something that we would want to be consistent with.
okay.
Basically, we want your house to blend in as much with the historic houses that are there as possible. We don't want to be able to tell that it's a new construction. We want to look at it and go, huh, was that built in 1932 or was that built, in 1923 or 2023, so the goal is for your neighborhood. It's not that it's a pretty piece of architecture or not a pretty piece of architecture. Is it appropriate for the existing architectural style that's in the neighborhood.
Contextually to this lot.
Yeah.
And so for
Oh,
new
that's-
construction, it's what, the middle of the,
360 degrees.
so if you stand in the middle of the lot and look 360
In
degrees.
front.
Oh, sorry, in front of the lot and look 360 degrees, then that's your context. So it's great if something looks like that 2 streets over, but the context is 360 degrees from the front of your lot. Yeah.
And I think most of the contextual images that you, alluded to are, have a simple gable roof, and that might make a huge difference. Kind of going back to that kind of more simple roof, form. They're most all
Where's the book?
simple gables.
Could we go back to the site plan for the existing? I was just curious if there are some trees, existing trees. It looks like there are some
Yes.
potentially large trees, and I don't know if I saw that on your, are you planning to remove any trees that are on the lot?
Yes, these trees that are identified are trees that are going to be removed. There are a couple that will remain, but these trees are either rotted or pose more of a environmental danger, like they're tall or hanging over power lines and things like that. So we've tried to minimize as much as we can, but either they're, again, either rotted or pose some sort of environmental hazard.
Okay. If, so just pay attention to that in in the standards, because we have, we typically require a certified arborist letter
Okay.
that has assessed the trees and states that it's beyond salvage.
Okay.
So that's just an important detail to have.
Any last notes from the commission? Can you make sure your mic's on?
Hi, the two-tone brick, is that something that, also, I don't recall seeing that in the neighborhood. So if that's something, that you can share with us, if you can share that context and example, that'd be helpful.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Just a brief announcement for the commission. You should have received a invitation to the city clerk's annual volunteer recognition event. It is on April 20th at 3:45 in the lobby here. And it was sent out by the clerk's office, but it's on behalf of the mayor and city council. If you can come, we'd love to see you. I will also send out another email reminder. The only other announcement is just another reminder about the spring retreat on Friday, April 24th. It will be in room 267 and we're getting started around 8:30. So can't wait to see y'all then as well. And then I think the last thing we have is March meeting minutes. Has anybody reviewed them? Commissioner Sullivan and Commissioner Holtz.
I'll make a motion.
A motion to approve the March meeting minutes by Commissioner Sullivan. Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Can we not do do we have to call each name for this?
Yeah.
Okay, I was
Since
just
we're Chair Bell, if you'd like to, you can have them call their own name. And
I was just wondering.
you can, yeah. Or have some online.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to do it. If you would like to switch to a format where they call their own name, that's fine too.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can say Commissioner Sullivan, yes. Commissioner Kerm, yes, if you'd like to switch to that, if
All
that's
right.
easier.
Weird thing. I was just wondering. I was at, never mind.
And that carries through to the meeting too, like if
Okay.
you want to change.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Allred.
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to pass the minutes, March minutes or motion for the March minutes passes 10-0.
Thank you. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll reconvene around 1 o'clock and stick with us. Thanks, everybody watching at home. Hello and welcome back. We are getting started with the design review portion, public hearing portion of the April 8th, 2026 Charlotte Historic District Commission meeting. At this time, I'm Christy Harps. I am the program manager for the Historic District Commission. I will turn it over to our chair, Shauna Bell, who will officially call the meeting to order.
The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the April 8th, 2026 meeting. I am Shauna Bell, HTC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:01 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Christopher Allred, Sarah Kerm, Cameron Holtz, Krista Lineberger, Ann Stanley, Sean Sullivan, Brett Taylor, Scott Whitlock, and Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff Christy Harps, Candace Leidy, Marilyn Draith, Jen Bear, Elizabeth Lammy, Claire Light Graham, JT Fawcett, Paige Inman, Assistant City Attorney, and Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that this is an in-person meeting. However, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There will be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Each of today's hearings is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this commission must make its decision. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The commission's jurisdiction is limited. The commission must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the design standards and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and ordinance standards, not personal preference or opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. While hearsay evidence is not specifically excluded, it is only given limited weight. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be reviewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you're in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, in the room or online, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
All right. Thank you, Chair Bell. Our first two applications today are consent agenda cases. But before we get into those, I would like to note that there are two applications on today's agenda that the applicants have deferred to next month. So case number 316 Rensselaer, and case number 6, 2019 Park Road, have both been deferred. And we will continue to make those announcements throughout the meeting. The first application is 246 West Park Avenue. This is a consent agenda item. It is for a rear addition. There's also a right elevation window change. Mostly this is because of the side entry porch being proposed on the left elevation. So here's the house. There's a side entry porch being proposed here, which is making the roof line and the footprint wider. So because it is wider, staff can't approve. The remainder of the addition is to the rear. The details of the existing house are found on page 8, 9, and 10, and 11. The site plan is on page 12. And it shows the details of the addition. Here is that left slight bump out right here as the addition transitions. There is a former addition that is not historic on the back that they are reconfiguring. So they are making the bump out at the rear of the original house. The elevations are on slides 16, 17, and 18. Anything grayed out is what's existing, and anything in white is new. And then there are detailed drawings on slide 20. So with that, staff is recommending approval with conditions, and the conditions are outlined on slide 3. Let's see here. Don't think there's anybody online. Just the applicant. Okay, over to you, Chair Bell.
Does any commissioner object to this staying on consent? Okay, do we have a motion?
Move to approve this application because the proposed project is not incongruous with special care and district plan described in chapter 3 of the standards and consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for historically population.
Brett, could you use the microphone?
Rehabilitation numbers 9 and 10, standards 4.12 through 4.14, porches 4.8, and additions 6.20 to 6.24. With the conditions that the applicant submit permit-ready plans, the existing window on the right elevation will remain. All exterior trim will be wood to match the existing. Siding on the addition will be individual shake to match the existing. Submit window manufacturer and model to the staff for approval. Provide brick and mortar samples and keep the brick unpainted, or make the brick unpainted, not painted, unpainted, not painted. That's it.
And the specs are for windows, doors, and all materials.
Sure.
Okay, great, thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner Taylor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? Hi, Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 10-0.
Thank you. Our next application is also a consent agenda item. This is a reaffirmation of a previously approved project that went through the commission. The commission approved this in March of 2023. So about almost 3 years ago, the COA was issued, but the COA expired. And so they're requesting to reaffirm this project. The only modification they have is originally, so let me show you. Here's the existing building. Slide 6 shows the site plan. This is the structure in question. Originally, it was supposed to be an open structure with a chimney in the back, and they're asking to enclose it, 3 of the sides with, or the back side was supposed to have siding and be enclosed. They're requesting to enclose the right, left, and front side with siding. So that's the only modification. It's not changed in height. The roof form hasn't changed. They're adding doors, adding windows. And staff is recommending approval with a few conditions as shown on slide 2. And just the applicant is here with us.
Does any commissioner object to this staying on consent? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve this project. It's not incongruous with the Dilworth district and meets the interior standards for rehab numbers 9 and 10 and the City of Charlotte design standards for accessory buildings 8.10. Ask that the applicant work with staff to add windows to a window to the left side of the west elevation to match the south elevation windows. Provide samples of brick and mortar. All new masonry will be unpainted. All window, door trim, columns, band boards, frieze, fascia, soffits, and rake boards will be wood to match existing. To be consistent with prior commission approvals, wood siding to match the original building, and provide manufacturer specs for windows and doors.
A motion made by Commissioner Kerm. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? All right, Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm, Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to pass. Motion passes 10-0.
Thank you. And as previously announced, application number 316 Rensselaer will not be heard today. The applicant has deferred to the May meeting. The next agenda item is 300, 304, 308 East Worthington Avenue. The applicant Catherine is here in the room with us and has brought some samples. I am turning over this presentation to Candace Leidy.
Okay, so this is a continuance of new construction commercial on East Worthington Avenue. The applicant has provided updated drawings. Starting on page 12, you'll see a new site plan for the April meeting. There we go. On page 26, you'll see updated elevation drawings. The majority of the continuances was for the one-story, that's not working, was for the one-story building closest to residential. Gosh, what is going on here? Sorry, we're having a technical issue, right? Okay, so slide 26 shows the the one-story, updated drawings for the one-story structure. On 28, we have it in color, and 32, I'm sorry, Chrissy. On 32, we have some updated information for the trash enclosure, and 41, you can see a detail of the new entry for the one-story building. The applicant has also provided 3D renderings in the supplement. So this is the March structure, and then the April. Again, March, and this is the one story that's the continuances for, and April. And now I'm gonna hand it over to Catherine. If you could state your name and address for the court reporter and let me know where you'd like to start.
Catherine McDowell, 1950 Abbott Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203. I think, I mean, we can stay here. So, like Candace mentioned, the majority of the adjustments that we made are to this one-story portion that is adjacent to the landscape yard and the residential property to the left. And we talked with staff a little bit, and in order to kind of keep the scale and the look that we wanted, we brought the brick back above the canopy piece that we had originally submitted a couple months ago, instead of that cementitious lap siding that we'd showed at the last meeting. And we decided to keep the canopy there just as protection for the shop. But we did decide to recess the two front entries along the sidewalk, just to kind of give it more of that retail feel and kind of further break up that portion of the mass to kind of differentiate it from the larger kind of office portion of the building. So we also kind of, if you want to go, let's see, up to the elevation, the color elevation, or the rendering, either way. That's easier. Yeah, so you can kind of see that we have kind of the same proportions we kept on that front piece. The height didn't change, the scale didn't change at all. We just kind of stepped back the door and two side lights on each of the bays, recessed 3 feet, but kept the windows on either side as well. And then, yep, there you go. So that was kind of the main choice we made to kind of make it look cohesive with the building, but kind of differentiate it as more of a retail, smaller scale piece of the building that kind of, as you step down to the residential, kind of respects that. So we also did add some details on the last page. If you want to go there for the dumpster enclosure, which is a full brick, unpainted brick enclosure with aluminum slat gates that will match the same colors. We have some samples here. But we did note that, well, staff noted that we do need to bring the height down to 6 feet. We had originally showed it, I think, at 8 feet, so we're happy to bring it down to 6 feet. But I think the materials and everything can kind of stay how they're shown in the drawings. It was on the last page with the materials. We just added some elevation details. Oh, there, you were almost there.
Okay.
Keep going. Yep, there you go.
Okay.
So, so we have front, back, and side elevations, and then just a little plan kind of showing that all brick enclosure with the aluminum slat gate. And like I said, we'll bring the height down to 6 feet to respect the guidelines. And then we also added a lantern spec that kind of goes along with what we'd proposed in the past, but we kind of got a more concrete example there. And then as far as the materials, the only thing that changed was that we removed the cementitious lap siding from the project. So now we just have cementitious trim in that iron ore color, and then the other materials that we already discussed. So I have samples too. Exhibit A is the Williamsburg red brick with the standard type S mortar. That will be, if you want to go to maybe one of the renderings, it'll be pretty much the main building material on all sides of the building. And then we have Exhibit B, which is the cementitious trim, which will be painted in the Sherwin-Williams iron ore color, which is all of that kind of darker gray that you see around or above the doors and windows on the first level, as well as the corner piece above the arched windows on the corner piece, and then on the lower bulkheads on all of the storefronts. And then we have Exhibit C, which is the painted steel, which will be on that second story little porch area in the middle of that front elevation, where we have the steel columns that come down, as well as the steel arches that kind of frame those openings. That'll be painted the same iron ore color to match the trim, the cementitious trim work. And then I have this very bulky piece of storefront, which is the dark bronze storefront material, which will be on all of the windows that you see on the building. And then we'll have the 1/2-inch muntins on the clear glass within that storefront. So dark bronze. Oh, no, that the storefront is dark bronze. Oh, iron ore, Sherwin-Williams iron ore. The number is on the last slide too. So I think that pretty much covers the majority of the adjustments that we made. So
Thank you. It looks like we have 4 unknown callers. Let's see. Okay, I'll try to, okay, Donna, if you're calling for this project, could you state your name and your comments?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I'm not calling for that project. The one I'm here for is about 1351 Orvis Street.
Okay. Well, we have a couple of cases in front of you, but we will eventually get to your project.
Yeah, and I'm just listening in. It's not my project. I got a letter from you guys that said it's notifying me there's a project 300 feet from me, from
Okay.
where my property is. So I just wanted to understand what was going on.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, if you'd like to make comments during that project time, it'll be coming up shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then we have a caller 4. If you know your caller 4, if you're calling about this project, if you could state your name and your comments. Okay. Hasmeen, if you're calling for 300 East Worthington Avenue. Okay. Caller number 5, if you know your caller number 5 and you're calling in for 300 East Worthington, could you state your name and your comments? Okay. It seems like no comments.
All right, looks like we have some commissioners that want to ask questions.
Can you clarify, did you say what the aluminum standing seam roof,
sorry,
did you say what the color or verify the material of the standing seam roof?
dark bronze as well.
That's
To
the-
match the
as-
storefront. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And are all of those things documented
Mhm.
on your presentation? With the
Yes.
number, names and materials and,
Yes,
colors?
it should be on the last materials page. If you
Okay.
go up on that material legend on the side. Oh, sorry.
you said that the lap siding was the only thing that was
That
removed
was
from that?
removed, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
The coping is noted there as dark bronze as well, so all of that coping on the parapet walls will all be dark bronze, and then we have the pre-finished standing seam metal roof there as well, dark bronze to match storefront.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That's it. That's all I wanted.
Any other questions? All right, we will close for deliberation.
I think it looks. I think that they addressed the things that we asked them to continue for, and that the choices that they are brought back to us are more consistent with our design standards, and I appreciate them recessing the doors back in, because that does make it feel much more pedestrian friendly and older storefront than having it be flush across the face. Yeah. You want me to make a motion?
Sure.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion to approve this application as it is not incongruous with our design standards for commercial construction number 7.0. It also, with the following request that they do reduce the fencing around the garbage bins to 6 feet. Sorry, I'm trying to go back. That is not the right one. We are also approving it based on materials 5.0 and site standards 8.0, or is that just for private?
Yep, you can do
8.0?
8.0. And then if you can also cite the commercial 7, chapter 7 for
I did all of 7, but do you want me
All
to
of
say
7, yep.
specifically?
And fences and walls is 8.6 to 8.8.
8.6 through 8.8, and materials 7.16. And the Secretary of Interior standards 2.5,
9 and 10.
9 and 10. I did chapter 7 already.
Perfect.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Wojcik. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by, was that Commissioner Allred? Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Sullivan, Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Hulk,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve passes 10-0.
You didn't say.
You didn't say her.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Now it passes 10-0.
Congratulations, Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Marilyn, is our next applicant with us?
Not by name, it's just the colonies.
Okay. Cam, are you one of our callers? Yeah. We're moving on to 1815 Madison and looking for Cameron. Cameron, are you caller 4? For caller number 5. Okay. I don't either. Okay. Well, we'll skip them. Angie's online? Okay, great. We are going to skip 1815 Madison. If the applicant attends the meeting either in person or online, we will then go back to application number 5. Again, application number 6, 2019 Park Road. Are you here for application number 5, 1815 Madison?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect timing. Come on up.
Sorry.
And I think you said Angie's online. Angie, can you move her over so she can be sworn in? Hi, Angie. We're just gonna swear you in because you'll be next up.
Angie, one second. Angie's actually walking into the office right now. She'll be in person right there.
Oh, okay. Are you going to be contributing?
She's going to be, Angie, just give me, she's on her way into the meeting right now.
Okay.
Yeah, she's walking in the building. She'll be right there.
Okay, great.
Okay.
If you'd like to have a seat and hit the button once so it turns to green. There you go. We're gonna swear you in right now. So Chair.
If there is anyone in the room or online that has not been sworn in, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. This next application, 1815 Madison Avenue in McCrory Heights, is new construction proposal. It was continued from the February meeting for addressing items in the staff comments about the design standards for new construction for residential buildings. And then specifically, in addition to all of those comments, the commission asked for site sections from the street to the property line, rear property line that shows the building location and site topography. Details about the continuance are on slide 4, which summarizes the changes that the applicant made. A lot of the noted details and materials were part of those staff comments that were requested to be answered. There's also been, and then staff comments about the revisions are underneath that, also on slide 4. The applicant, the changes start on slide 13. And as you scroll through, the applicant has highlighted all the changes in pink. So these are showing the change in fence height that was requested. They have also added a side entry right here into the house. So that's new. Slides 20 and 21 show a partial site section from Madison Avenue with the topography change to the rear of the new proposed structure. There's additional information provided on slide 23 with the section detail, as well as slide 24. Sections of the entire structure on slide 25 and 26. Proposed materials are on slide 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32. They have also provided photos of existing porch railings in the neighborhood that they will be matching for their front porch, and then some reference images of similar style structures. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Absolutely. Kabir Mann, 1709 Matheson Avenue.
Great, Kabir. I have you on slide 13, but let me know if there's anything else you'd like to add or where you'd like to go from here.
If we could just start from the beginning, I'll just go quickly slide by slide. So as you guys already know, that's just the rendering of what we expect to have. If we can move to slide 2, just showing the reference point of where we are. You guys already know most of this. And then surrounding homes. And then if we go to the 4th slide if possible. Yeah, that works too. Sorry. Yeah, so for this one, the foundation height's approximately 6 inches above grade on the left side and about 2 feet on the right due to the slope. And the side elevations now reflect the full grade down to the street, with windows on the right side that have been lowered accordingly as well.
So there's the right side windows that have been lowered. You said the foundation's about 2 feet.
Yeah. And then, other than that, just the heights, I want to address two to make sure we're all good there. So on the right side of the house, I believe we should be good, but it's 14.6 feet tall. And then the left side, it's 22.1. And the average grade is 693.5 as well.
And that's slide 11.
That should also, kind of go with slide 4 as well, I believe.
So we added.
Oh, I'm
some
sorry.
changes. So I think this is your slide 4.
Gotcha, yeah,
Yeah, okay.
perfect.
Then your site plan is on, should be your slide 6 maybe?
Plus 6, yeah.
Yeah, our slide 13.
Perfect. Yeah, so just to touch on a few of the changes in what we've done. So the front thermal wall is now set 40 feet back, consistent with the neighboring homes. The front porch extends 4 feet forward, placing it at 36 feet from the setback. The footings are designed so that the second story wall aligns with adjacent houses as well. The fence is 72 inches tall in the rear and transitions to 60 inches towards the front. And the deck is positioned to maintain proper distance from the heritage tree as well. And then if you want to go to the next slide, I can touch on the trees. So we are going to try to preserve as many trees as possible. Obviously the heritage tree, so I'm not going to be doing anything with that. The only trees that we're going to get rid of are the ones that are necessary for the structure and in the driveway as well. So there's also one dead tree that's leaning a bit, and there's one leaning over the proposed structure. So those would be the main ones that we'd be looking to get rid of, just to clarify. I already went over the grading. Yeah, so I want to address the garage porch addition as well. So we just added a small porch to accommodate for the natural grade. It'll match the design and the railing of the front porch. So the photos from earlier that have the black kind of standard porch design that we saw in the neighborhood as well. So it should be pretty much aligned with that. And then other than that, for the most part, just wanted to make sure that we brought some samples. So what we proposed, they were sold out of, but we found something similar to 1617 Madison Avenue. And they had vertical lines on there, so this is the closest thing they had. I'm not sure if you guys would like me to pass that around or not, but happy to use it.
So applicants exhibit A.
Appreciate it. And I also have one showing the mortar as well. So we're planning on using something like that. It's great, but we're open to any suggestions or anything you guys would like to see as well.
So the second from last one on the page.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and this is applicants exhibit B.
And I guess other than that, the main things would just be making sure everyone's okay with the materials. I believe we should have everything else to be good to go, but wanted to make sure if there's anything else you guys would like for us to address, we're happy to do so. If there's any changes to the doors or anything along those lines that you'd like to see, we're open to any suggestions. So, but yeah, we think we did a pretty good job of maintaining the integrity of the neighborhood. Making sure we have good brick that matches the neighborhood, making sure we're within the right elevation, and we're really looking forward to building a nice house in the area. Yes. We're going for the gray if possible.
The second from the bottom. Mhm. Um, we have the same colors as before and they didn't speak up at the beginning of this application, so I think we're okay.
Okay, and that gray matches like what is the rest of the mortar in the neighborhood? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe 1617 Madison was the most similar, if I'm not mistaken. It should be in there as well. Further up. It might be in a slide a bit further up. I'm not sure if it's. Yeah, I believe it's that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same garage door that can plan to match. That way you can keep the photo.
Sorry. It's designed to match the other ones. I think that's just an example of one of the ones in the neighborhood. So yeah, trying to see with a similar design. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's not the correct. Yeah, but we're trying to essentially go with something like that. But if that needs to get adjusted, we're happy to change that if needed. Thought I had another one in there.
All right. Any other questions for this applicant?
I do.
Mhm.
Can you tell me more about the garage door? What is it made out of?
It'd be a steel door, with no windows and short panels. So kind of like you see in the, one on the bottom left. There's not really anything else on there, so trying to keep that pretty matched, and then also just the material would be steel.
So it'll look most like this door right here at the top left of slide 29.
And you're saying this house below that is in the neighborhood?
Yes.
I can't tell from the what it is. Mm.
It would help me if you could provide a bit more information about the garage door, where it's located, that whether that's a historically, whether that's an historic example of that kind of door in the neighborhood.
So if we go to I guess the rendering on the first slide would probably be the best example of how I can kind of illustrate how we'd plan to, it wouldn't be this, it'd match what we were showing earlier, but it would be in the same kind of area as that. If that helps answer.
No, I'm saying on another structure. You're saying this is, that you got that one picture, but I don't know where it is in the neighborhood.
Gotcha.
You know, address, and that is a, historic property.
Well, it's not gonna be made out of a manufactured product to be historic. It would have to be wood. But we do allow cladded.
Yeah, well, this is a mid-century neighborhood
Right.
too, which may have different materials. And so they would need to show that this material, is in the neighborhood, it's of the time. Here's some addresses of, other garages in the neighborhood.
But they have had metal garage doors and,
Well, that's what they need to show us. They need to show us that, right?
okay.
And then,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think it was similar to, I think 1801 Condon is a split level house that has a similar 2-car garage in the front.
Did you say 1801?
801 Condon.
801.
Slide 35.
Okay. So yeah. You said slide 35. So.
And Condon, that's not 801. It's not though. I'm just saying it's not.
It's my neighbor.
Around the corner. Yeah.
No, I know. I'm just saying that it's not. It says it on his. I don't think that's, yeah.
Okay. Yep. I think you're. There go. There it is.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Date of construction on that house.
1963. Now, I don't know what it looked like, yeah, but
Been there a long time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How are we supposed to know how old the garage door is?
Well, he needs to provide more information. Like the commission can't guess on these things. It's up to the applicant to provide documentation and facts for the commission to
Okay.
support their request,
Okay,
like everything else.
okay.
Yeah.
It seems like a hard thing to say. This was from 1962 and that was
Well,
original to
he
the
needs to show,
house.
you know, there's building permits, there's photos, there's all kinds of resources the applicant can bring to the commission
Okay.
to ask for what they're looking for.
So at the end of the day, the style that you're proposing doesn't seem consistent in the architectural detailing and styling that would be from the 50s and 60s overall. But if you can show us that it is, then that would be something that we would consider, but that stamped panel design is not necessarily of that period.
Gotcha. Yeah, we just assumed based off this, I'd have to verify the address of this one, that it'd be something similar, or just trying to, you know, make it fit in. But happy to revisit and see if there's a better option, or if there's any suggestions you guys have. We're open to whatever you guys would think is best for the neighborhood. That being said, that's kind of why we try to keep it more, you know, not putting windows on it, or just making it, you know, kind of fit in better, not trying to do too much adding windows or trying to be too new with it and kind of copy that similar aesthetic to what we're seeing. But if that's something we need to change, you know, we're open to doing so.
Thank you.
I have a question, I think, for staff. So, there are some garages in the neighborhood, not a lot. So then when you're looking at context, it's because there's not any around that, then it's just whatever else is in the neighborhood because they're so spread.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this style of house is spread throughout the neighborhood, like the split levels on every street. It's a
Yeah.
pretty consistent. Yeah.
Yeah, I just meant the garage specific. I mean, it's like 4 or 5 houses with
Yeah.
garages. So,
Yeah.
okay.
I think there's one, actually, I think the house next to it around the corner, there's a garage. There's the couple in Condon. There's one of the houses, I think, on Washington has a garage. There's a number of garages in the neighborhood. Yeah. I think the commission is kind of saying they want to see more about the design that's in the neighborhood and typical of the neighborhood, and material, especially for any front-facing garages. But that's what I'm hearing.
The staff comments based on the latest application.
Yeah. Yep. We hadn't gotten to the garage in previous reviews. Like this is the first time the commission's talking about these details. You had been talking about bigger issues before. Yeah.
All right, any other comments or questions for the applicant? Okay, we will go ahead and close for deliberation. Based on what it was continued for. Just lost it. We got samples, brick samples, images. Building sections provided. Or the section, I don't remember who asked about building sections, so.
That was me.
Okay,
I wanted to know about the grade and how it related to the street, and they provided what I was looking for. Even though it stops at the back of the house, my true request was the relationship to the elevation of the street to make sure that the house wouldn't actually sit higher than how they were showing it on the Zatwell. And so I'm comfortable with what they've provided us.
okay,
And that's slides 20 and 21.
all right. The window header heights were lowered on the right elevation. Does anybody have a problem with the side entry stoop on the left elevation? That's new.
I don't have
I don't have,
a look at it, but it would be nice to see sample. Swear.
Okay. So context for that. Am I right? Okay.
Do you want like detail information about that door too? And
That's a good call out.
okay.
We have the foundation height, got the building sections. We got the detail and materials. The windows are the ones that have been approved. So really the garage door is a question.
Foundation height is.
Oh.
Unclear what is in the back corner, maybe at this. Just might have some room for a little more detail around.
Okay. Site work.
Two things I'd say.
Uh-huh.
One is you mentioned a number of trees, but I didn't see the dimensions on those trees and any of them. I would ask for especially the ones that you want to demo, make sure that you're complying with the tree ordinance and give us some documentation of that.
Absolutely.
If any of them are upsized, you may need to get a certified arborist out there to consult and give you a report. Secondly, you said something about the fences coming around and that they started at 6 feet and went down, I believe you said to 5 feet. But don't we require them to be 4 feet toward the front of the house?
So it's stopping. Yes, we do. And I can't remember what I wrote. It can be 6 feet to your corner and then step down to 5 feet. It looks like the side's tying in. But, and this is the step back note. It looks like the fence is tying in right here at the halfway point, which would be 5 feet.
Okay.
If it continues in front of like the stoop and everything, you're 100% right. 4 feet.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. So tree dimensions and then,
There's trees on there, you guys. The trees are on there and the heritage tree is noted. On the far right-hand side, there's a heritage tree that's noted. So I think they've already done the exercise. I don't know why you would note one heritage tree and not the other one.
Right, I missed that detail.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Hans.
And then the last thing was a site section. So they provided a partial,
And they did.
yeah. Anything else? I know we asked for, I think we asked for a side by side. I feel like I saw that somewhere.
I think in the staff,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think the staff requested the side
Side by
by
side.
side of the elevations in their notes.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Or if somebody wants to make a motion or try a motion? All right.
All right, I move that we continue this application and following conditions would be to provide the information requested in the staff comments on slide 4, item 2, and provide garage door design and details and context.
True.
And provide context on the new side entry. Foundation heights on all elevations.
Context is 6.2.
I'm sorry.
Standard 6.2.
6.2 for context.
Okay.
There's also the door details for the side entry.
Materials.
Materials.
Yeah. And then
Yes, that would. Absolutely. Okay. That's. Anything else anyone wants to add?
oh, sorry, I was just, because you were talking about context, I thought you might want that standard. Sorry.
Do we want,
The doors is 6.15.
Okay. And we'll take that.
so the other thing in the staff comments, do we want to add on page 4? Number 2? No, well, the side by side elevation, the setback.
Yes.
Window trim detail, dimensions and material.
It's got materials as 5.0 in general, but the for the doors.
Does that cover the garage door as well?
Yeah, well, it's materials in general. The garage, the doors and the reconstruction is under 6 point, whatever we just said,
And garage doors are under chapter 8
under chapter 8.
as well. I think it's on accessory structures 810, I think. I can double check.
And what was the one for the side entrance? That be?
It was context and then it was doors, the materials. Detail materials.
That was 6.2. Said.
Context is 6.2, materials is 5.0, and windows and doors is
And 8.10.
Okay. So the garage door details and design for chapter 8.10. Context for the side entry for chapter 6.2 and 5.0. Yeah, that was in the staff notes that I'm referring to. So. That's the staff notes on slide 4.
All right, any other, or sorry, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Sullivan, Commissioner Kerm, Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes, motion to continue passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Do we want to do one more? Do we want to break? It's 2:00. We can keep going? Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
And should I leave this with y'all or?
Yes, we'll bring it with, do you want it? Do you have pictures?
I don't
Okay,
have
then no, we have pictures. Thank you. Our next application is 1100 East Worthington Avenue. The applicant has joined us in the room and I believe needs sworn in.
And Brian is on the phone.
Okay.
Okay, if there was anyone new in the room or on the phone who will be addressing the commission today and has not been sworn in, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is 1100 East Worthington Avenue. It was continued for a number of items at the March meeting, including relating the the accessory building back to the main structure and providing some 3D drawings. The applicant did provide a 3D drawing on slide, it's not working, sorry, slide 7. You can see it here at the bottom. There's also an updated sketch on slide 11. On slide 12 is an exhibit showing how some of the elements relate back to the main house. And then on slide 16, the applicant provided a study of different elevations. This is more of an evolution study. However, you'll see that the staff notes are really written around option number 1, as this seems to look smaller and the gable matching the side gable on the side of the main structure. The applicant also provided new elevation drawings on slide 17 and 18 and a supplement information on slides 8 and 9 showing why the previous option 1 with the front gable is not going to work for them, but the applicant will explain. Okay, Angie, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter and Brian as well, and then let me know what side you'd like to start on.
Sure. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Brian Flynn, 1100 East Worthington, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Okay, Angie, where would you like to start?
Okay, thank you. So as Candace said, it was continued for, I'm going to use another word, maybe compatibility with the main structure. The existing house is gable front facing street on Worthington. It is also, the rear is a hip, but there are 2 side facing gables and there are no second floor additions on this house, which is rare at this point in time. There's been nothing altered to the house. The existing garage that's there was built in 2005-ish timeframe, and it was side facing gable. It just happened to be a shorter structure. And there was also an existing driveway that's there. And in order to preserve the driveway and be compliant with the structure, we could not renovate the existing structure because it was existing non-conforming. It was only 2 feet from the property line. So in order to become compliant and still keep somewhat of a similar form and add stairs to a second level or an upper level, we had to shift the garage in order to be compliant for zoning. Therefore, the side facing, or I'm going to say house facing gable, is still the same as what it was. The only thing that we're doing is making it a few feet taller. It is not as tall as some accessory structures that we've done. It's only 19 feet, 8 inches. And in order to get headroom on this upper level, we have done a shed roof. We have done multiple studies on this to see what would be compatible and not be overwhelming to the house as it currently sits. It's 2 feet 6 lower than the ridge. And as it's currently designed, it's 2 feet 6 lower than the existing house ridge. It sits adjacent to a driveway that is, or to a driveway that has a 2-story structure adjacent to it on Ewing. It fronts a 2-story garage that sits behind it. And, you know, in elevation studies, we've done hips, gables, side-facing hips in order to create this. So in your proposal, we are proposing that after all the studies that we've done, to still keep the house-facing gable and add shed dormers to allow for headroom. The supplement, if you can go to the supplement. So we had a preliminary staff meeting after, or actually a secondary staff meeting after the last meeting. And I proposed that we show, and Candace did too, that show all our studies, see what we've done, how did we get to where we landed. And what the response in staff was to use option 1, but we're showing you that option 1 doesn't work because they would be 2 intersecting gables. And when you have 2 intersecting gables, the only usable space is the center core of that roof structure. And in order to keep stairs internal and add minimally to the height so that we wouldn't be higher than the house, the house facing gable and shed dormers apply. So if you look at, there's overlays. So you can see, here. So you can see the structure that we have proposed versus front facing gable. So ridge is still at 19.8. We didn't raise the ridge because we wanted to maintain that same 2 foot 6 lower than the main house. But if you add, I'm going to go to the roof plan, gable to 2 sides, you have no headroom. You go down from 7.5 feet 8 to 0. And this illustration, which is on the supplement slide 8, in the middle of the slide, you can see headroom, the dotted lines are 5 feet high, and that's a 6 foot tall person standing in there. There's no headroom. Also, looking at it to create any type of headroom for a stair, slide 8 of the supplement, you're above the roof. There's, in order to not complicate the roof, as you know, to simplify the roof, you would have to have a shed roof on the back of a gable, which intersects with another gable. Just doesn't work in this particular footprint. And the reason for this footprint is to maintain side yard setbacks and to preserve the existing driveway rather than rip it all out and recreate a new driveway. So we have lower than the house, 2 foot 6. We've shown a perspective view, and if you can see bottom left-hand corner of slide 8, in relationship to the house is 2 foot 6 lower. Also, there's going to be a fence on top of a small retaining wall. And there was a question, I believe, last time, which was not in the staff notes, to show examples of that, historic examples of that in the neighborhood. And we did that in the original package. There is a slide, slide 18. Slide 18. So you can see on the bottom of slide 18, there is a retaining wall with a brick fence. And this is at 1006 Ideal Way. So it is in the neighborhood, it does exist. So that is another element that ties the house, the backyard to the garage. I think that should cover it. The brick wall, the retaining, the minimally intrusive design, and all the studies that we've done to get to this point, which is a simple gable facing the rear of the house, which it is now, and adding a shed roof to the front and the back in order to gain head height. That's it, Brian, unless you have something else to add.
I think you've captured it.
Thank you. It looks like we have a couple of unknown callers. Let's see. Just caller 4. Caller 4, are you calling about 1100 East Worthington Avenue? Okay. Chair Bell.
I just had one question. If you didn't have the stairs inside and had them outside, would you be able to get the head height and do whatever you were talking about with the gables and everything?
So typically stairs on the outside are not seen. This is on a corner lot. So again, we did try that. So if you want to go back, Candace, to the study elevations, we tried multiple options. While they weren't explored explicitly in this particular page, we did have them in our files as it just doesn't work. The stairs external, seen from the street, seen from the backyard. We can't put the stairs in the north side of the property because it's at 5-foot setback. It just became more challenging design-wise as far as elevations and more complicated than to just extend the gable. Because it's a gable facing the house now. It's just lower. So the gable still faces the house in the existing. If you can go to some of the existing photos on slide 13, possibly, or I'm sorry, Candace, I don't see it. Yeah, okay, slide 11. It's a side-facing gable already. We would have added a shed roof on it to begin with. We wouldn't have changed the direction of the gable if we were modifying this, if we were able to modify this. But because of its location, would make it extremely challenging in design of the exterior in order to be at the 5-foot setbacks.
Did you explore putting the stairs on the backside where they wouldn't be seen?
Yes, so on the, thank you for your question. So the back side would foreshorten the garage. The garage is only like 18 feet deep now. So it would bring the garage closer to the street, which we have a minimum to do. We have we have to have a 20-foot parking pad by zoning ordinance in front of the garage because you can't park in the right of way. So the garage has to be at least 20 feet from the right of way. And the depth of the garage, because of its depth, if you would go to the site plan, thank you. So in what you see, the heavy dotted line, can you point? Yeah, that's the original garage and it exceeds its setback. But in order to have 20 feet of a parking pad and the interior of the garage on the paper north side is only like 19 feet outside dimensions. It's barely enough to park a vehicle in. Also mentioning the width of this garage door is only 16 feet wide. It's not a standard double car garage, which is 18 feet wide. All of this to keep within the geometry of the driveway, the setbacks. So your question is, can we put the stairs in the back? Well, then I'd be in the setback. So whoa, where'd it go? Sorry. Thank you. So in order to maintain the distance, also keep distance here and maintain some of the backyard, this is the stairwell in the center of slide 14 I'm at, correct? Okay, center of slide 14. This piece right here that I'm pointing to is the stairwell. And the stair goes up at the highest point is in the rear, which is a shed roof. So it's a shed on the front, a shed on the back, gable facing the house. It's the simplest of roof forms.
There's also a floor plan on slide 20.
Thank you. Slide 20, you can see it's a very short vehicle on the upper right. Whether you park bicycles, e-bikes, it's, and the footprint upstairs follows the same setbacks on the upper level. So the next slide, slide 21.
Can I ask you a question, Angie? So I know when you presented this last time, I had some questions about the wall heights. I know that you've got some knee walls built up that you're setting that roof on. I'm assuming because you're trying to match the roof pitch of the house. But it looks out of proportion. Did you adjust the soffit height in any way?
So the plate heights, part 6. We can go down to 5.5.
Not for the dormers, for the first floor walls. The first floor walls.
As far as the height, so yeah, so soffit to soffit, along with the house is very, very similar.
But normally in a house of that age, they would have set their roof rafters on top of their walls, not on top of a knee wall. And this is built up on top of a knee wall, so it makes the wall of the garage look substantially taller than it is. And so it really skews the proportion. And I thought that I was specific about that and that I feel like it's inappropriate. It makes the top look too tall and the bottom look too tall and the top look too squatty. It's just the proportions of it are off. And when you're running that dormer over the top of that garage door, it just makes it look like this big, tall 2-story thing, even though you have a rake separating the two.
Right. So to answer your question to that, in order to keep a similar pitch and not frame on the wall height and maintain height less than the house of 2'6", I mean, unless I drastically change the roof pitch and decrease in, right? So if you bring the triangle in and down, you lose the headroom for the stairs. There was so many factors in, and we only have like 8-foot ceilings on the first level, but we did like a 16-inch floor system because of its span. It's not 2x10s. I mean, it's taller because of that. So there's like layers to get to that point.
So at the end of the day, it sounds like you're justifying not doing that side gable because you're feeling like it's either a cross gable or it's a front to back gable with dormers. And those are the only two things that you've talked about. I know all about stair clearances and head clearances and all that kind of stuff, but the proposal for option 1 with that side gable does change the presentation and massing of the structure substantially. And even option 2, even though that's a hip, it still presents itself smaller than the one that's to the left of it, which I think is maybe 5. So even though it potentially could just be a turned roof line so that the sheds are on the front and the back and the gable is on the side, it presents itself because of the change in plane as a smaller structure. But it doesn't sound like that would work for your 2. If that hip was a gable that plays off of 1, it's got shed roof lines. You're still getting the same head clearance.
Not for the stairs. I can't clear my stairs. We've tried that.
This is going into
Yeah.
designing, so I
Well,
think
at the end of the day,
your issue is
you
fencing.
answered my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any other Questions or comments?
Question, can you go back to the fence and just show me, is it brick on brick or
Slide
wood
18.
on brick?
Currently, it is wood fence with a brick retaining wall. And we're proposing a brick lattice wall with a 2-foot planter strip where the current retaining wall is now. So we're setting the brick lattice fence in similar to slide 18. So we, can you zoom in on that, please?
I've seen brick on retaining.
Just means it's a pierced brick.
It's a lattice. Oh, we have it in our proposal. Something similar, a little bit more open than on slide 15. Instead of a solid, because it's on the corner, instead of a solid brick fence, it is a latticed brick fence.
Okay, I was confused because y'all were talking about a wall and a fence.
Yeah, so retaining wall, this one doesn't have, on slide 15, this fence, brick fence wall goes all the way down to the sidewalk. In our case, we currently have a retaining wall as a planter strip that's 2 feet from the wood fence. So the retaining wall is at the sidewalk. We can't build back to the sidewalk.
Okay, that's what I was.
Is that correct? Okay.
Okay, any other questions before we close?
I have one other clarification. I'm having a hard time going back and forth between the supplement and the options for the front elevation or the garage door elevation. What is the one that is being proposed that we're six? Okay.
No.
Oh. Option 3?
These are all of the studies. And
Okay.
so if I may explain some of the differences, please. There are different windows, different fenestration, different gables, different shed roofs. So these were all of the different studies. Window, door window, shed roof, 3/1 windows. The pyramid, basically the hip roof that doesn't work. You know, put a shed on a hip, because then it had a clipped shed. The shed roof going all the way across or open, and then have open stairs beyond. So these are the different design sessions that we went through to come to the conclusion of what's in your package. So this supplement shows what we did in order to get to the package that you have before you, before the supplement was submitted.
Got it.
Okay. So
So none of those options work except for the option that you're
That we're
proposing.
proposing.
Okay. And that is option.
it's not one of those.
Oh,
on
it's not
slide-
not on the
It
study.
should have
Okay,
been
okay.
labeled, well, it is elevation studies. But what you have before you on slide 18 is what we're proposing. This is what you have before you in hopefully an
Okay.
approval.
There's
Got it,
there's
got
no sheet that shows the studies with what's proposed.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just needed that clarity
Thank
in
you,
mind.
thank you,
What about
Christie.
like 6, just with the different.
Right,
window at the
right.
bottom, right,
Exactly.
left.
Okay.
If I just want to add, so on top of the slide 18, it's existing structures is right there. So you have side facing. when I
Correct,
Say
okay.
inside facing, street front on Worthington facing, and this is Ewing facing.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it also shows the March meeting and then the April meeting without the fence. And then this is what the proposed would look like with the proposed fence.
So
For
we did
April.
change the fenestration based on some of the staff comments too, with the double window, single window, change the interior floor plan to accommodate the scale of it. And it's behind the brick fence.
So at the end of the day, this is the one that you're gonna be looking at as you drive down the street with the fence.
As well as the side
Yeah, the
elevation.
side elevation.
So drawing number 2 on A 4.2 is the street elevation of the garage.
Correct. And then drawing 7 is what's gonna be facing the back of the house. So as you're driving down, you'll see
Right.
that elevation
You'll
is.
see it a little bit.
No, that faces the neighbor's driveway.
Oh, okay.
That's the
Sorry.
rear elevation, right?
Yeah, that faces the neighbor's driveway. I'm sorry, folks.
There's number 1 on slide. Number 1 on slide 17. Oh, gosh. Slide 17 will be what you see from driving down the street facing the back of the existing house.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions before we close? Okay, we'll close for deliberation.
I don't really see any difference between what was presented before and what is being presented now. I don't have a problem with the overall height or size of the structure. I have an issue with the massing and complexity of the structure in itself, the roof forms, and I still think the compatibility with the main structure is very off. So 6.8, 6.13, and 8.10, number 3 are the things that I am still feeling uncomfortable with.
All of Commissioner Wojcik's thoughts.
Does anybody think anything different? All right. Motion.
I'd like to continue this.
Oh.
What? Oh,
I was not expecting that.
oh, really?
Yeah,
I just thought I kind of had to.
no.
Okay, good. I'd like to deny this application as it is not, it is, shoot, why do I always say this wrong? Not incongruous with the design.
Or it is
or
incongruous.
It is, geez, sorry.
I screwed you up.
It is incongruous with the design standards, as, massing and complexity of form, roof form, and, which is 6.8 and 6.13, and accessory structures 8.10, specifically compatibility with existing primary structure, which is number 3.
And if you could just add some facts, exactly what you said earlier.
Yeah.
About the wall heights and everything as to why.
So the proportions of the wall heights in relationship to the main structure and historic structures in general in this neighborhood is inconsistent with the typical construction methods and proportions. The roof lines in themselves do not have a direct relationship to the roof system of the house. There are, the exterior walls are in themselves are more complex with the offsets, in comparison to the main structure of the house. The number of roof lines makes the structure much busier than the main house. And the type of roof design is not consistent with the material, the style of the roof pitches and its presentation and how it relates to the main house.
And anything about the scale and massing of the side walls, the plate height and the first level to the second level that you talked about?
Oh, I thought I said that, but so the plate height, the roof rafter sitting on top of a knee wall on top of the floor system is inconsistent with construction in a historic neighborhood. standard process, and that is affecting the overall elevation height from the grade to the bottom of the soffit. That good?
I think so.
And for the record, that was intended to be a motion.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was just rambling, but I thought I said that it was.
Yes, there was a motion.
There was a
There's a motion made by Commissioner Wojcik to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Sullivan, Commissioner Kern, Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to deny passes 10-0.
Great. Our next application is, you want a break? No break now? Okay, sure. It's 2:30. We'll come back at 2:45. And when we come back, we will start with application number 8. Right. A little longer break than we planned, but we are back. It is 2:52. And we will get restarted with application number 8, 2126 Charlotte Drive. I believe the applicants are with us. I see Carrie online. Hi, Carrie. And Chris, both Carrie and Chris.
Okay, yeah,
Hi, Carrie, do you have video?
I do.
Okay, perfect. And hi, Chris. Carrie and Chris, have you guys been sworn in?
No,
Okay.
No, we haven't.
All right, we'll do that first.
I don't know how to start video. Let's see.
Is there a camera?
There's a little camera button at the top, but it won't, and when I click on it, it doesn't go anywhere.
Huh. Oh, I see Chris. Hi, Chris. Oh, there you are, Carrie. Hey, Carrie. All right. Okay, now we're muted. You unmuted? Okay.
All right.
Swear y'all in.
If there's anyone new online or in the room that will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this next application is for some window changes. The applicants are proposing window changes just on the first level on the left elevation, the right elevation. So the house is mid-block right here. It's had a second level addition really long time ago. And the applicants have provided some photos showing existing conditions versus proposed. So on this left elevation, there's a window at the rear right here that they're proposing to fill in. And then this third window in that you can see in the picture here, they're proposing to remove the historic window and install the stained glass window that's currently installed on the right elevation and swap this window over here. And then they're also asking, once they remove this window, to infill some of the brick below and make this transom window bigger right here, which is shown here on the proposed slide. This is slide 6. And there are additional images also on slide 6. The proposed elevations also show the changes on slide 7, showing the filled in brick here and the swapped window here. And then also the extended transom on the right elevation. And the filled in window is back here. And then the transom's right here. And then the third window in this window right here is the window that they're requesting to change and make that stained glass window. And then slide 11 has some blown up floor plans as well, showing the changes. Carrie and Chris, what else would you like to add about the project? Any other information you'd like to share with the commission about what you're looking to do?
No, you did a good job.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
we're
right.
just, it's really just moving from one to the other and infilling with some salvaged brick. And the window that shortened would be matching the rest that are there.
Okay. All right. Do we have anybody else?
Just the same color form.
Okay. Caller number 4. Are you calling in about 2126 Charlotte Drive? I'm guessing no. If you've called in, I think caller 4, I think you're calling in for number 10. Okay. Thank you. Over to you, Chair Bell.
So the window that is being removed, did you say that was original? I mean, the window that's getting the stained glass, did you say that was original?
Yes, that one was. It's currently in our butler's pantry.
So that's original to the house. Is it the same size as the stained glass window?
Within 2 inches, yes. So very, very close. Which is good because we didn't want to throw the stained glass window away.
Got you.
I admittedly, I have heard this twice already and I still need to hear it again. So what masonry openings are actually changing on the existing house? So there's a window that's completely going away and being infilled.
And that one gets shortened because that would be, we're moving the kitchen kind of from mid-house to the back corner. So that one would get shortened so that the window is above the cabinetry. And then the other one gets infilled because that's where the stove and the stove hood would go. And then the stained glass goes into what used to be in our butler's, or is currently in our butler's pantry, and now would be the guest bedroom closet.
Okay, so that is the old stained glass. The window that's going to go in is the same size as the masonry opening?
Yes.
I thought you said it's 2 inches.
It's within 2 inches, but it has a, the stained glass to hold the stained glass in place. When we move it from one side to the other, it actually has a metal frame to keep it in place since it's not a standard type window. So that metal frame makes up the difference.
Okay, so you're not changing the masonry on
Correct.
the opening.
Nope.
Okay. And then on the other side of the house, you want to put the stained glass in.
So no, that's where the stained glass exists currently, is in our bathroom. You can kind of see it in that picture there. Yep. And so the bathroom gets moved to the other side of the house also. And so what we just want to add a little more light to what will become the family room. So that's why we wanted to extend the transom.
So where the stained glass is now, what happens to that opening? It goes away?
So it gets infilled, like the bottom half gets infilled, and then the top half is the part of that new transom window.
Okay, so the stained glass goes on the other side that we were just looking at.
Correct.
Okay. And the opening of the masonry does not change.
Correct. Where the stained glass is going to, the masonry does not change.
But there is an opening and a window there currently.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
But the masonry in the back gets in.
That gets infilled.
That gets infilled, yes.
Is that original? And that's original.
So the whole first floor of the house is original. The second floor is not original.
Correct. Correct. That was a 2004 renovation.
And can I ask a question? Why are you choosing a design that's so invasive to the windows on the outside of your house?
We are trying to set the space up inside for more how we live. And we have, we actually have 2 stairs in our house. One that goes to the basement, which is almost right behind that window that gets shortened. And so it basically kind of cuts off the front of the house from the back of the house, and we want to open it up a little bit. Yeah, you can see the stair right there. And so we would like to open up the back side of our house, which is already open, and include the kitchen in that space.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
So the transom window that you're extending, the transom is, the existing transom window is how old? Is it original to the house?
No, we shortened that in the 2004 renovation. So it was a full height window, and we shortened it in the 2004.
Got it.
You can actually see it in one of those pictures, Christy, if you go back to the page if you zoom in to that, you can kind of see where the window was infilled.
So that means a full height window.
Because we also infilled another window on that elevation in 2004, where the new stair is.
Yeah, use your mic.
What's that mean? It was a full height window?
It used to have the sill matching the adjacent windows. So 20 inches, or you can see where it was infilled, 20 inches off the floor or so.
And then this one.
So that transom was original to the house?
No, she's
No.
saying that right here, this was a full-size paired window
Okay.
that they
Correct.
removed and just did the transom. And then they're extending it over to here. And then you can see here, here you showed it on the plans, but there was also a full height window here that was infilled in 2004.
So we're looking at a difference of standards
Oh, yeah, for
that,
sure,
that,
for sure.
I mean, the standards that were in place then that allowed that to be approved
Mhm.
are completely different.
Yeah.
Just clarifying that.
Yep.
Harry, did you know that the standards that we use today are totally different than the standards that you worked under in 2004?
I did not actually. That's news to me.
Has your designer referenced the
The designer?
Oh, you're the designer. Okay. So you don't know, you didn't reference these new standards?
No, because that window was already there.
But so you didn't go back in and look at the standards that we're working off of and reference them when you started doing this design for this project? I'm asking specifically about doors and windows, 6.15 of the design standards themselves.
That's new construction.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
This-
no, not for rehab.
So
414.
414.
414. Thank you.
Yeah. 414 number 5 says if a window is no longer needed, do interior in renovations, retain the glass screen or shutter the backside so that it appears from the outside to be in use. So that's, and avoid adding new openings or changing existing openings. So those are the standards that we're going by now.
I think that would be extremely helpful for you to understand where our guidelines are and what we have to work under for your project, because what you're asking us is against our standards.
Okay. I mean, I think, you know, we talked a little bit about, because we do have an architect helping us. And we did talk a little bit about, you know, could that window on this elevation that is where the range hood would be, to your point, leaving it in place and drywalling over it from the inside. And quite frankly, the reason we didn't is we were worried that it would cause more issue with either condensation or, you know, because it's under a hood vent, and a cook stove would be right there, that it just could potentially damage the window or not look great, and that it would, and maybe a bad decision, you know, 50-50, but our thought was it would actually look better to infill it with brick than to try to black out or put spandrel glass in a window, because we don't want to look at the backside of the hood vent, if that makes sense.
It does, but it doesn't correlate to our design standards.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, honestly, that's why we're here, because we're asking to, variance maybe isn't the right word, but obviously that was our thought process behind it, is that,
So if you want us to do something other than our design standards, what makes your situation different than all the other people that come to us and ask for the same thing?
doesn't.
Okay, fair.
I mean, you know, I mean, it was really just a, it doesn't. I mean, it's again, we could drywall over it from the inside. It's just going to be a blacked out window that could get further damaged. But we could do that. And it's, you know, it's right next to it currently, you know, overlooks our HVAC units. Our electrical panel is there, our gas meter is there. You know, it's the utility, it's our utility yard anyway. But yeah, I mean, that's.
Thank you.
Any other questions? before we close?
Yeah, hi, Ms. Fry. I had a question on the stained glass window that's on the right elevation currently. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Do you have is there a better image in the packet than the one you've supplied on slide 6? Because I'm trying to zoom in on that and it's
Yep.
the image is kind of pixelated.
I don't know that there is.
Yeah.
There
Is that-
is maybe in the minor works application, Christy. I don't know if you have that or if I'm allowed to share.
We included everything that was in the.
Yeah, that's, I guess now that I see where you've zoomed in, I'm looking at the same one and it doesn't pixelate on my end. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just was, it would just be instructive to be able to see the opening for that window to understand if it's, you're saying it is an original opening and an original window.
No, but not original to that opening.
Yeah, that,
Oh, Commissioner Kermit, if you're gonna share with everybody, please.
The window opening is original, correct?
yes,
And then you put in a stained glass window,
correct.
which is not original, but that's close enough to what you'd fit into the opening, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that was my question.
Any other questions?
So the only two non-original windows are that transom window and that stained glass window. Everything else on the first floor is original.
Correct.
So the stained glass opening is original.
The stained glass, yes, the stained glass opening is original and yes, and then the clear story. So the clear story is really the only one that deviated in the 2004 renovation. And then we took the window out and put the stained glass window in. Yes.
Anything else, Commissioner Taylor? Okay. We will close for deliberation. Yeah.
The only reason I could see for even giving this a continuance would be to ask them to restudy and show us examples or give us a reason to make an exception. But in the information that's been submitted, I see no reason to give an exception from very clear standards.
Exception to what? Specifically, the transom window and the stained glass window are not historic.
The
So-
blacking in them went.
So it's the left-hand side windows that fall under our standards. The right side windows do not.
But they also want to infill the bottom of the stained glass window, which the opening is historic. Is that not?
Yes. it is.
Right.
Yeah. They want to infill the bottom of the existing stained glass window and that second one, and that's against our standards, those two elements.
And the new window that they want to install is a larger transom, which is inconsistent with
Right,
architecture
right.
of the
But-
house.
But the windows, not the window openings, the windows that our standards would protect are the left-hand side windows.
Yes.
In other words, they could
Yes,
throw the stained glass out and we wouldn't care. We would care about the opening.
per se,
Right.
yes, yes.
The existing opening.
Yeah.
Right, so windows, yes, the left ones are the ones that are historic. And then the other ones are not historic,
If
but
they
it's the
do-
opening.
If this does get continued, I'm just trying to be clear. If
Yeah.
it does get continued, it is those two windows that are not historic. They can't do something that is less historic to put it, make that transom bigger in theory. And they can't mess with that stained glass brick opening
We try to bring it.
or the other openings on the other side.
Yes, like
Yeah.
they can go back to bigger windows that
Right.
would fit in the original masonry opening where the transom is, but they're wanting to make it wider, not taller.
Right.
So they can make it go back to be more compliant, but they can't
Make it.
just keep
compliant.
continuing it to be
Right.
less
Right,
compliant.
we look for things to get more compliant, exactly.
Christy, what would masonry openings be considered? I mean, it says, I mean, masonry window openings or masonry window openings. I mean, doesn't that directly relate to masonry and modifying?
Well, there's 4.14, number 6, which is avoid adding new openings or changing existing openings on primary elevations.
Okay, thank you. I knew there was one. I just didn't know if it was in windows or if it was in masonry.
Okay.
So in keeping with recent past projects, this sounds like everyone's talking about a restudy. Okay. Okay.
Is anybody?
Commissioner
Got it.
Taylor, you can do whatever.
I am, I got it. I move to continue this application because the proposed project is incongruous with and needs a restudy for, section 4.2 to 4.3, 4.12, 4.13, all of 4.14, and the, secretary's, Secretary of Interior Standards,
Page 2.5.
page 2.5.
Can I add a note about, we said the 2 windows on the left side, but there's actually 3 because they want to take one out and put the stained glass in. I think that we need to mention something about leaving the original window, and if they want to do something on the interior that is within the design standards or no.
So they could
Yeah.
relocate that window there and not, so in theory, they could take the stained glass, relocate it to the one they want to infill, not change the masonry open, take that existing window and move it somewhere else.
No, they need to leave the existing window.
We can allow them to relocate. They can't throw windows away, but they can relocate windows.
No.
No, you're saying remove, they can remove that window and put the stained glass in, right?
No,
That's what you're saying, yeah.
no.
Saying swap.
Yeah,
No, we cannot, no. They have to keep the historic window.
they can't throw it away. Agree with that. They can
Yeah.
move it.
But no, they can put the stained glass inside the existing window as a piece, but they can't permanently replace the window.
They can relocate that window to the back of the house if they want to.
But in the existing
But
opening, how would we wouldn't allow them to put a replacement window there where there's an existing window, correct? So how is putting a stained glass
done
window
that
there
before.
different?
We've relocated windows before. You can't throw windows away, but you can relocate.
They're not proposing for it to relocate, but.
I know
They are,
But
I don't,
but what about the existing opening?
It's got to stay the same.
I don't think we can take the window out at all, so.
Yeah. I don't think our standards allow it.
I beg to differ.
That's good discussion.
Yeah.
Good discussion on the motion.
Good.
So what's your motion?
You already
Said it.
Okay.
I just wanted to add
And
to
so,
it, but
So you had.
A friendly
good
amendment.
discussion.
yeah.
Denied.
okay.
Okay.
I'm wondering if we also add something about the current standards, just to clarify that the applicant needs to work within the current guidelines.
He did. He said all of the guidelines.
Okay.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Taylor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Commissioner Stanley. Any other discussion? Okay, Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to continue passes 10-0.
Thanks, Carrie and Chris. We'll be in touch after the meeting. The next application is 1911 South Mint Street. The applicant is here in the room, and Jen Bear will be presenting this case. And Polly's online too.
Why is that working?
The control button is.
Hello, I guess I'm unmuted. Do I have to swear or do anything? I don't. Hi,
Yes.
Polly. Hi. I was
Um,
just, I was going to be a fly on the wall, but I can,
Have you sworn before?
um, uh, every day at my dogs, but, into this historic district, I not in several years.
Okay, so if you, do you have a camera, Polly?
Let's see if it,
There you go. Now you muted yourself though.
well, now I
Okay.
have both. Hi, everyone.
All right. If you will raise your right hand and respond, I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do affirm that the information I'm going to give is the truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
All right, so this is a new case. This is the commission's first time seeing this project. This is for a rear addition at 1911 South Mint Street. The addition increases the square footage of the building by more than 50% and is taller than the existing building, so it is in front of the commission for their review. The staff memo is on pages 1 through 6. We have a map with a photo of the property. It is an interior lot. The plans and photos start on page 8. And then we have existing and proposed site plan. And we have elevation starting on page 13. Some wall section detail, and then we have our height survey on page 18. And then floor plans start on page 19 through 22, where the roof plans are located. Angie, wherever you want to start, just let me know.
G. Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Charlotte, North Carolina. And Polly needs to give her address as well.
Polly, could you state your address, please?
Yeah, my address is 1911 South Mint Street.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You have before you America Small House built in 1940. And back in 2019, we did some renovations, actually an entire renovation on this house. So I'm very familiar with this. She is a repeat client for us. So came to us to do a small addition in the back. One of the things that we had done in 2019 is we had prepared the floor / ceiling system for a future expansion, which is what we're doing now. So all of that has been addressed. So we don't have to increase floor height or ceiling height to gain head height here. As Jen said, the existing structure is roughly 2 feet 11 taller than, or the new structure is going to be 2 feet 11, raising the ridge in the center portion of the house, and that is not incongruous with some of the projects that we've done in the past. The addition to the first floor extends the rear, no wider, no taller, no wider than the existing footprint of the structure. The addition would be hardy siding with brick foundation. And the addition actually does respect the original house. One of the comments that was noted for window heights was to match the original window header heights. Well, there were 2 header heights on this house. There was the one that was in masonry that was 7'4", and then the original right side of this house has a small little bump out, and those windows were at 6'8". And that was an original side porch on this particular house. And if you can go to the photos, I can explain that a little better. So context photos on page 9. So and this page is going to be important for many reasons, but upper left-hand corner, you'll see on slide 9, there's 2 different windows. If you can zoom in on that, there's the center. So the original had 2 windows. Everything in masonry was at 7'4". The other windows in the house were at 6'8". And so we felt that matching everything that was framed, the header heights would be at the same height. So they are at 6'8", and you can see clearly on the slide. Yes, the windows were replaced. They were extremely damaged. We had this application approved in 2019. So all we did was replace the sash on this, on the house. The addition is going to go behind the main structure and extend into the rear yard. We do meet the rear yard permeability calculations, as you can see on the cover sheet. I'm just going to address some of the issues that were brought up in the staff analysis. And the header height was 1. The coplanar walls of the rear addition. So being that the structure is set in from the original structure, there's only 2 small sections where the shed dormers on the rear gable are set aligned with the back of the house. And on the back left and right, if you go to the floor plans, please. So there's only a small section of that piece that is coplanar, and that is where the windows are in the second floor. I'm sorry, next page, slide 21. So there's 2 bedrooms in the back left and back right, and that there's just a small section of those aligned walls that would wind up being coplanar because everything else is set within the roof structure. So there's layers and layers of roofing around those 2 shed dormer walls. Can you go to the left and right, or rear elevation, left and right, both, left and right and rear? Okay, so this is the rear, and then 1 slide up. So this is slide 14. And this is the section that we're talking about that you actually get to see, because this is behind the roof. So there's probably a 6 or 7 foot section where these 2 walls align with each other, but there is a skirted roof around it. Slide 15, same thing. And it is layered behind different roofs that happen. So it's just a small section of roof or wall that is coplanar. Also want to point out, I've researched this tremendously, and I have to say, I've looked at the guidelines up and down. There is nowhere in there that uses the word coplanar, not one time in your standards. It is part of massing, and I get it. It's part of massing scale, and I got this. Thank you, Christy. I know you well. It is part of scale, massing, and articulation of walls. And for that purpose, this particular 2 pieces of this wall, so that not to create many offsets internally, they are coplanar. It's just a small section on the rear that is not seen. Also, this property backs up to an alley that backs up to commercial. So it is on the back side of the structure. So just want to say that for the record. I understand absolutely why it is that way. Talked about the header heights, talked about the original project in 2019. All the windows that were on the side were at 6'8". And therefore these windows on the main level were 6'8". This 8'3" ceiling height. So it's not 8 feet, it's not 9. It's kind of in that middle ceiling height. I believe, and Polly can attest to this, while we have labeled them as Colby windows, they're probably Geldwin, and Polly can verify that they would be a aluminum clad window, Colby, Geldwin, or equal. The vent locations on the left and the right elevations, the purpose of removing the vent is for fenestration, it within the space internally. And one of the windows is labeled as a double hung. Yes, it should be a casement. It's a fake false double hung to look like a double hung, but it is a casement window for egress. The other piece on this is on the right elevation, and I want to go to photos and right elevation, please. So photos, page 9. Okay, so if you can zoom out just a hair to get to the street view of this. So on the bottom of slide 9, bottom right-hand corner, uphill and in the back, very, very back, second gable, or the first gable to the right, if you keep going one over. Okay, back corner, that's the corner where the door is moved. And there was a note about the gable ending over a door, and it's because we're moving a door and a window. Well, the window stays, we're moving a door from the left to the right, and that gable end boxing lands over the door. This is so far removed from the street, way down here. And this little, we can add a little piece of trim if that's a disturbance, but this is the main wall. This is the original wall. So on slide, this is 16, the center dotted line is the original back wall. And so this is moving over to the original back wall, and then we're doing an addition off of this. So internally, I can't move the door left and right, but you can see that it's about a foot off where the boxing would end. But that detail is so far removed from the street and it's layered back that we felt that that was not and shouldn't be an issue. And then the soldier course above the masonry opening, there's just not enough room. And being that we needed a window in there, we could reduce that window size, but it would be reduced to almost nothing. So the option was to remove the soldier course and get as maximum light in there as possible. And double hung, location, right side, left side. I think that's it. Polly, you have anything to add, please?
I don't have anything to add right now.
Okay.
We do not have any callers this time.
Okay. Any questions for the applicants?
Yeah, Angie, on if we go to we can just say on the right elevation. I hear what you're saying about that, your location of the door, but I really struggle with that detail and the relationship of the window and the door and the eave. And we'll discuss it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'd love to see a restudy of that. But I also want to ask on this elevation where we have the existing, I think I struggle with the soldier course, missing the soldier course where we're adding that window, but also enlarging that opening. We need to enlarge, creating a window where there was not one.
So thank you for asking that. So that original vented opening is probably 18 by 18. It's a small opening and it's a vent. It was a gable vent to start with. If you can look at in the photo, slide 9, it's relatively insignificant in the big picture. And in order to add a window for an office on that level. And it's so far up the hill and removed. I mean, if we could match the same opening, we will, but it's an office. And by the time you add frame and glass, you have a portal, 12 by 12. So understanding in the previous case that you just heard about changing original fenestration, this wasn't a window, it was a vent. It does have a soldier course. Making it a little taller, a little wider, benefits the use of the inside. So for that, and then the door, I really, if you can go to slide 10, please. Okay, slide 10. If you were standing right here in the driveway, center of slide 10, that 12 inches of trim is not seen from anywhere.
Oh, I understand what you're
You
saying.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
I
it's so
understand
far
what you're
uphill
saying.
that in slide 10, upper right corner, next one.
It's just, I think.
So far behind.
Yeah, I hear you and I understand it. I just think it's just, it's hard because it's not a relationship you would see. Yeah,
Right.
it's not a normal relationship that you would see. So,
But you can add trim to justify its location. So if you extended the return, it would justify its location. So it's about trim, not necessarily about its location.
so if we go to the rear elevation. So the other question I had, I saw, I understand why you have the windows on the second story because there's a wall between them, right? Did I see that right?
Yes,
Because
that
it's
is
two
correct.
bedrooms.
And there are egress windows.
The challenge, I think, is that they're larger than the windows on the first story, which of course wouldn't be a normal design. Typically, we would normally see the larger windows below and smaller windows above.
Yeah, and we can change those to smaller casements that look like double hungs
Mhm.
and move them further apart in the room. What happens is we have to lower them and move them down, right? So there's a geometry of where they're positioned so that they don't hit the trim of the boxing. And not hit the, it's just the geometry, but yes, they can be made smaller and spread apart a little further if we need to, or just bring them shorter and gang them together. I mean, it's just a small feature on the back again. And it does face the alley, which faces I think it's public housing on the back. So.
Yeah, I think we would like to see a restudy of that potentially. I'll see what
Of just the
everyone else
windows?
thinks. Well, just
Full
that
elevation.
that elevation, yeah. And then on the, back to this gable detail on the left elevation where you've added that one, you do have a second story window and you do have the soldier course and the header.
Yes. It doesn't hit the roof below from the other side.
So
On
that's another one that it's an existing opening that's being made larger.
Correct. And that is, if you go to the floor plan, you'll see that that's an egress window.
And that's the one you said it's designed like a double hung, but
Correct.
it is a
And
casement.
so it's a bedroom. I have to have minimum egress for a bedroom.
Right.
So on this side, well, where am I? Go back up. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
No, yeah. Yes. So bedroom, and this is that other little window. And then there's a smaller window up here for the office.
And then have you this is just a detail, the chimney, the brick, have you been able to match the brick for that extension of the chimney?
the brick is not an uncommon red brick, but what we can do, there's some brick on the back that if we need to remove because it's brick, we can extend because we're removing the brick on the back wall to extend the house. So we do have salvage brick that we could put in the standards or in the application to say you reuse as much salvage brick as possible. I think there should be enough to cover it based on the back wall of the house. Because you can see in the middle of, yes, slide 9, all that brick that's going to be removed.
I'll let other commissioners ask questions. They have them.
I would like, if we ask for you to come back, I'd like to see some context for windows being on that second story gable end. It feels more natural on the left-hand side because you're not trying to squish it in between two offset gables. But that would help me to kind of know what else is going on in the neighborhood. It just seems out of proportion with the space that it's trying to be pushed into. The chimneys in a,
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
well, you've got two offset gables and you're trying to put this little window in between these two. On the other side, it's just a gable end, and that
Yeah.
in itself seems more natural. Where the two offset gables are, just feel like you're trying to put something in there that doesn't really fit. And I mean, you still have to have flashing and you still have to have, you know, a proper construction and trim work on the inside, and it feels very tight. The chimney on the inside is shown in a different place on the floor plan than it is on the, or there's a blocked out area on the second floor. Right there, yeah, by that window. I thought that might be it, right there. Is that an obstruction?
No, that's actually just the way the height at 5 feet.
Ah, it
It's-
gauges with the.
It's a false,
pit?
yeah, it's
Okay.
not.
I was just gonna
it's the
say,
gable
you know,
end.
there are other ways to get light into a space rather than maximizing the window size. So, okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Like Commissioner Wojcik, there's something about the windows in both the gable on the left and the right elevations that seems pinched or tight with the roof line. So just to take in consideration when you're doing the restudy, I have the left one with the soldier course above that looks like it's wrecking into the, but I lost the other side. That was one of my comments. The other one is there's some inconsistency with the eave details. There's the pork chop drawn on some of them. It doesn't look like that's what exists as built on any of the returns. And in some of the drawings, it shows as a little pork chop detail, which is called out in the standards as something that is not encouraged. And then some places it's just a regular fascia board. So I guess just to make it consistent, and if you want to use the pork chop, then I guess have a good argument for that detail. And I had another comment. I think that's my two main ones was the eave return detail and those two windows in the gable looking kind of crammed up into the roof line, both in the masonry and wait, that's the both of them are in the masonry, correct?
If I'm still open, right? Yes, okay. So one of the comments was also about the windows, and this, I just want to bring this up. So typically, when a window is close to the boxing, there's no drip cap. Usually have a drip cap when it's further away. This actually had it drawn with a drip cap, and that makes it look like it's tighter to the soffit. That will be removed. So that is not a detail, just bringing that for clarity. So drip caps are meant where the windows are set lower, not under covered roof. So that is, I just want to point that out. That drip cap is not needed when it's so close to the soffit.
Got it.
Contractors, please chime in on that too.
Maybe if there's a way you can graphically show, when
We'll
with the
modify that.
redesign, just to kind of clarify that in the drawings.
Yes, we will do that. I just wanted to point that out, that I knew that that was an error. It's not correct.
Any other questions?
Can I ask about the walls and the location of those dormer walls in that last 6 feet of the room? If there's any issues with that, so that I don't bring it back and it's
The coplanar
of
walls?
concern? Yes.
Maybe I'm confused by the drawings, but to me, it looks like the walls that they're talking about as being coplanar are on the left and right elevations, as opposed to which are a pretty large expanse of coplanar wall. Am I confused by that?
You're right.
So the whole of the 2 shed dormers on the left and right elevations are coplanar with the walls below.
But only a portion of it is exposed because the roof below it this covers this.
It's still there.
So,
But it's still
this section, it's
on each side.
visible as being one on top of each other. Does that make sense?
Well, for instance, when I'm looking at the left elevation, we pulled up there, it looks like there's a pretty large plane of wall that is coplanar with the wall below.
This is a gable end.
Right,
You're talking about this.
that wall, all of that, to the right of that.
Well,
Yes, all of that,
but it only touches here.
correct.
Basically, so that that doesn't look like a 2-story wall with a pent eave wrapped around it. We typically ask for there to be an offset between the first and second floor. And that is why we ask for the non-coplanar walls, so that it presents itself more as a dormer instead of a 2-story wall. My structural engineer loves it when I build it like that or design it like that, but that's not the standards that we use, even though it's not in the book. It is on almost every project that we have done where we have a 1.5 story feel. We ask for no coplanar walls. So it may not be a written standard, but we have applied it to many, many, many projects. As it helps present the architecture as a dormer instead of a 2-story structure.
As part of scale. I do understand that. Yes, I totally understand that.
So I just wanted to point out that, and I know we talked about this earlier, but this goes to our massing standard. And I think in the past, the commission has been okay with a minimal setback. It's not something that I think we're asking for a couple feet. I think it's minimal.
We typically only ask for 4 inches. So I would say that we are gonna ask for 4 inches. Because that's what we always do.
minimum 4 inches.
Minimum of 4 inches. Yes.
Then I hope this doesn't derail the whole thing, but we have not talked about the height increase at all. I just wanted to make sure that we're
Yeah.
acknowledging that that was part of the request.
Based on the context, there are other houses on the street that are similar in height. The 1 3 down presents itself as, yep. How do those houses compare in height to your proposed height?
We're lower than the block face, average block face. Historic homes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
just for actual reference, is that say 1923? The address, the number 1923, so 1915, 1919, and then I think 1923. Is there an actual number? Oh, it says ridge height, but that's not, that's that. Is that what that is?
It's hard.
1923 is the tallest by actual height, not taking grade into account.
Of course.
At 25 feet and 8 inches.
Okay, and then if we compare that to the requests of the proposal, what's that number?
From the lowest point of grade, it's 24 feet
So the other one's 25 and this one's 24?
from the lowest point of grade.
So we have historic context to support. Okay. Thank you.
But you're saying so I thought the original house is 23 and this is going up to 11. So wouldn't that be 25, 11?
Oh, well, let's
I thought.
go back to the elevation. Oh.
Oh, sorry,
what-
I'm wrong.
yeah.
So no, sorry, I read it wrong. So the addition is 211 taller,
Yes.
which makes it 23.
Correct, yes.
And sorry, you said that the other one was 24 something, 25.
And it's 25 feet and 8 inches from the lowest point of grade on the
Okay.
left side.
And so what is our typical amount that we allow to be raised?
Typically 3 feet.
Okay.
We're just under that.
Good job.
It's a magic number.
Any other questions? All right, we will close for deliberation. So it sounds like there's a continuation coming for windows and coplanar, or sorry, massing. Anything else?
I have a couple.
Go for it.
My biggest issue with the height increase, and if you look at the front elevation on slide 13, is the 3 additional feet that is required to add to the existing chimney, which in scale to the existing front elevation seems oddly tall.
So you mean the 211 plus the 3?
Well, so the chimney has required
Yeah,
elevation above.
but I
the
mean,
3.
adding that with the,
So raising it to 11, you've got to raise the chimney accordingly. And since the chimney is not changing in size or scale itself to match the existing height, it appears out of scale and mass to the house facade
like too big.
because it's on the front.
In the past, the commission has looked at keeping your row lock, you're at the point where it exists today, so at the shorter height, and then has extended it above to kind of keep that intact, but also breaks it up a little bit. Also, I'm not sure if it's possible, but maybe tapering it, making it smaller at the top, if that would help with the massing.
I mean, it's kind of dramatic on, if you go to the next slide, the side elevation, you kind of really understand how odd it looks.
Yeah.
I really need to say something.
Isn't it, so it's raising 3 feet, but it only has to be 2?
211.
No, by code. It only
Well,
has
it's got to be,
feet
certain-
above.
I don't know what the code is.
It's 2 feet above anything within 10
10
feet
feet, yeah.
horizontally. So they don't have to make it by code. They don't have to raise it.
Let's reopen.
No, you're right. Yeah, because it's, well,
I think Angie.
yeah,
reopen.
based
Yeah, let's
on the math. Okay.
Open.
Yeah.
Okay, it's actually the inside fireplaces were moved. It's a false chimney. We can leave it where it is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. Never mind.
All right.
Done.
Close back.
Thank you, Commissioner. I forgot to mention that. I'm sorry. You can close.
Yeah, we're closing again.
All right.
So you said a couple of things. So that was a
Yeah.
chimney.
So, I mean, I feel like a lot of the issues with the windows we have is that we're pretending this is not a 2-story addition. You know, I still don't agree with the fact that this is considered a dormer. I don't think it's a dormer by definition. I know this by the legal definition of half-story does not comply. So it's lit, in my opinion, it is a 2nd story that has some applied rake and soffit to make it appear to be a occupied roof level. Which I feel like the scale of the quote unquote dormers is what throws off the scale and massing of the overall addition. And because of all the rakes and all the applied soffitry, you end up with some odd fenestration locations, as is seen on the back elevation, where you have the small square windows pushed right up into the corner. Also on the right elevations where you have some windows behind some forward-facing roof elements, another window kind of tucked up into a existing or a new rake to pretend like it's not a 2nd story. Which, I mean, I think is if we're talking about the fenestration as well as the overall massing, I think that leads a lot of projects, including this one, into having some oddities more than just being a 2nd story. And there is a technical definition of a wall dormer, which is a existing wall that continues in plane and goes up and becomes a dormer. So the definition or the lack of definition of what consists of dormer, I feel like is leading to some of the scale and massing that's an issue on this and other projects.
So I know exactly what you're saying, but I think that Christy mentioned this in the past, and a lot of it is contextual application in term, I don't know what the actual word is, but there are design decisions that we have accepted in the past that, though architecturally may not be our preference from a design standpoint, they have been achieved and or utilized to meet the design standards. And so it makes it a little bit harder to now go back and say, well, that's not right, which from an architectural standpoint, we typically wouldn't do that. But does meet our design standards in one form or fashion, because we have hundreds of these designs that have been approved. So though I understand what you're saying, I don't think that it's something that we can address on this one project because it's been standard practice and approved and they've gone through the design elements and they've been approved as meeting our guidelines. If there's something in particular about this particular project that doesn't make it meet our guidelines, then I could see that. But what you're talking about from an architectural standpoint is something that we overall have approved. I mean, bunches of times since I've been on this board.
I'm gonna
So-
second that and just say that we can, it's very difficult to put a height cap on an addition or a renovation and not allow your scaling and massing techniques, even if they are applied, to help fake it. And achieve where a house, one of our standards is that houses change over time, and we gotta recognize that. It's not a picture in time, it evolves. And so part of our standard is to let houses evolve also, and you can't put a complete box around a house and not allow certain things to happen within those standards.
And this particular neighborhood is extremely difficult because the houses start out so small to begin with, that to add on to them and actually achieve something, the repurposing, or I don't know what the exact word is. Commissioner Taylor was referencing it directly in the Secretary of Interior standards. I mean, we want these houses to evolve and to be functional for people. So we are trying to approve design details that meet our guidelines best we can, but still allow for some flexibility. I mean, realistically, it says we're not supposed to raise the roof. Well, we do allow them to raise it in certain applications with certain guidelines. So I understand exactly what you're saying. I just think that this is not the point that we're gonna be like, okay, I'm sorry, everybody else has done it, but I'm doing it.
But I do think it's worth a restudy.
Yeah.
I think it's
No, I
worth a
think that
restudy, and
there's-
if you look at like 6.13 roof form and materials, the form of a roof is an important visual element in defining a building. And with materials helps create continuity and rhythm in the historic districts. The pitch and orientation of gables and hips are important aspects of roofs. There's a wide variety of applications of these particular features. So there's that, and then it goes on to, detail out the use, consider employing roof dormers if they're commonly used in nearby historic districts. I think that there's a middle ground.
Yeah.
And I think there could be a restudy that addresses and fits more in the standards.
I mean, I agree, a restudy is required. I'm not even concerned about the overall addition of the height. I'm concerned more about the application of some elements to fake it.
Yeah.
Are hurting the overall evolution of the project.
Right.
And the fact that we kind of start the meeting with the statement that this is not a precedent-setting body, I'm less concerned by what we've done in the past. And more concerned about the evolution of structures overall.
So in terms of I guess I thought that just because you were saying 2-story structure versus story and a half, and some of the things that aren't ideal from an architectural standpoint still meet the guidelines. So, I mean, is that what you're talking about? Is the roof returns and the coplaners and things like that? I guess my question is, are you specifically asking that those walls be offset more? And that the scale of the dormers themselves be changed in size? Because that's what I heard when you were saying that. So I just want to clarify.
And my statement is more in the fact that to do the steps taken, whether it's offsets or non-coplanar or the addition of rakes, to manipulate the dormer into being a dormer and a fake, not second story.
Yeah.
In my opinion, would be better off to just be a second story and not have the elements that come along with shoving windows in corners and trying to find spaces within rakes. I think the overall evolution of the project would be better served by allowing a 2-story addition than the 12 inches of roof that runs along the side or the 18 inches of a rake that runs up the side of the project, the building.
Fair.
I was just going,
I think that's all a good point, but think about some of the historic homes, they do some faking too. They extend rakes and they extend eaves and things because it's gonna look better, but it's not necessary. So I think you got a middle ground there. But I think it is a good argument. But the good thing is we all got our own vote.
Yes.
So it's,
May I also suggest that I think that a 4-inch offset is inadequate to differentiate the coplanar element in this. I think either offset it by a bit more so that again so that it is clearly dormer or give us a redesign that tells a different story. I also think that we are creeping perilously into design work instead of the work of this commission, and I suggest we move toward asking the architect to do the restudy instead of participating in that now.
I would just also like to point the commission to 6.10 number 2. So these are, to Commissioner Wojak's point, these smaller American small houses are very tiny, and in this application has been done several times in the past. And 6.10 number 2 is materials can also be used to break down the massing of the building and reinforce the human scale. So that could be the standard. While you may not like it, the one that you lean on to say, okay, maybe it's okay at this time because it's in the standards. Thank you.
It sounds like we agree on a restudy. There's massing that also goes into where windows are placed, window size.
Fenestration.
Yes, fenestration. Window size, I think I heard on this rear elevation with the top windows versus the bottom windows. Is there anything else as we start to try to craft? I mean, I think a restudy is clear. Just want to make sure.
Eve details, but that might fall into fenestration.
Okay. Anything else? Is there a motion being drafted somewhere?
I'm willing to try motion. I might need the language, some help on the language on the overall restudy.
Sure.
So Commissioner Allred, if you want to help me with that piece. So I make a motion to continue this application for a restudy of the overall massing and roof forms per 6.13 and 6.10 for scale. 6.8 for massing.
This isn't new construction.
Well, I don't have another map. Yeah, I mean, I don't have enough.
That's residential.
Yeah.
6
That's right. But it's the only thing we have for massing and scale. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then restudy the right elevation, the door, window, gable location, and the design so that's more appropriate, has a more appropriate relationship. For the fenestration, 4.14, restudy the left and right elevations and the first and second story walls there, so they are not coplanar. I'm sorry, that was 6.15 for the doors and windows, and 4.14, number 6. And that was adjust the restudy the window sizing on the second level, the rear elevation and the side elevations. 6.18, number 1, we didn't discuss this, but just specify that the material for the wood and the soffit frieze detail is wood. And then 4.6, just provide the gutter and downspout details. I know I said 6.13 for roofs, that the eave detail should not include pork chop style eaves. Are there any more?
Thanks.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger. Is there a second? Second, Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to continue passes 10-0.
Thank you, Angie. Our next application is 1351 Orvis. And I believe our applicant is online. Is his name Igor?
I'm online.
Igor, okay, Igor, you're online. Do you have a video, Igor?
Yes, let me try to get, there you go.
Okay, thank you. This is an after the fact of original window replacement, and I will be handing it over to Elizabeth Lammy.
All right. This next project is 1351 Orvis Street. And as Candace said, it involves the replacement of original wood, horizontal pane 2/2 windows. Excuse me for a second. Igor, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, if anyone is new on the phone and you have not been sworn in and you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. So again, with 1351 Orvis Street, we had replacement of original wood horizontal pane 2/2 windows. They were replaced with vinyl 1/1 windows. And the applicant is proposing to replace those vinyl windows with wood windows that have PVC brick moles and sills. So here's some images of those original windows. All the elevations there. He's proposing a wood window with PVC trim. And then also we're looking at the replacement of the front door. The front door appeared to be a solid wood door and is being replaced with a fiberglass Craftsman style door that you can see here. And Igor was just sworn in, so let me know where you'd like me to go in your presentation.
I think you've done an excellent job. The only items I'd just like to address are I understand the fiberglass door, that's a no-go. That needs to be a solid wood door. So I'm in total agreement with that. The windows, I tried very hard to get as much wood as I could in there. This window supplier, Lincoln Windows, is a local window supplier. That's as close as I could get to the original windows, which were rotting out. So, you know, I'm open to hear your thoughts on that. I've got the specs on those windows that are wood double hung. And yeah, I think that's all from me.
You don't have any callers.
Okay. Igor, were you the one who removed the windows?
Correct, yes.
Got you. Were you aware of the standards? of
I was
window-
not aware of this house actually being in the historical district or the standards.
Got you. This is an Oak Lawn, right?
Yes.
Got you. So just want to point out that there are a lot of signs up in Oak Lawn that say that it is a historic district. And then also there is a very high bar that we set for being able to remove original windows that go into like proving that they can't be fixed, that they, coming from a actual wood window fixer, I guess for lack of a better word. So there's just a high bar of being able to remove windows. And then on top of that, also pictures of the windows. And then also on top of that, I believe that the window that you currently have that you were wanting to be approved has not been approved by this commission before. And so to approve new materials, we require those materials to be brought in so that we can see them. And so that's a longer process also in order to approve something that hasn't been approved before. So just want to state those things and make sure you're aware of that and state them for the record.
Okay, I'm aware now. And if there is a list of approved vendors, I would like to go ahead and access that.
Yep, I think working with staff is going to be your best bet. They are able to give you list of approved windows and all of that you would be able to understand.
Perfect.
Any other questions from commissioners for the applicant?
Hi, this is Commissioner Sullivan. I just had a question. This may have been addressed in the packet, so forgive me if it has. But have you retained any of the original windows, trim, anything that's been replaced? Do you have any original materials at all?
I don't. And the pictures that were there on the before are probably Google images of, I'm not sure how many years back, the actual windows that were there. Most of the glass has been knocked out. This was a hoarder house and the trim was heavily damaged. So all of that was not able to be repaired, in my opinion.
Gotcha. The only reason I ask is, this work has taken place, so we can't go back in time, but if you had the ability to reference the previous original materials and provide, a expert opinion from a window contractor or a door restoration expert, somebody who had that expertise that could make the case for you, for replacement. Like you just said, this was a hoarder house, so there may have been some condition issues. But since we can't document that, it presents us with a challenge as a commission.
Of course, I understand that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I had.
All right, anything else? We will close for deliberation. This one feels pretty straightforward. Yep. Anybody have a motion?
We
I think there's a few different,
It looks like one of the.
oh, sorry.
Oh,
So the caller Donna popped on, so we
Oh,
have to
okay.
recognize her.
Sorry,
Okay.
or we will open. Were we
Okay,
closed?
thank you,
We'll open
Commissioner.
back up.
Donna, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, can we get your full name, address, and then you can state your comments?
Does she need to be
Yes.
sworn in?
Yeah.
And have you been sworn in?
I have not. I could be sworn in, please.
Okay, Donna, if you will raise your right hand and respond, I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
So Donna, now you can state your name and address and then your comments.
Yes. So my name is Donna Sullivan. I live at 1415 Orvis Street. And I'm new to this process. I'm new to the neighborhood. And as the gentleman just said, you know, it's not a streamlined or clear and concise process what it means to move into a historic district. So I fell victim to some of the same things and had to put some things back. However, I've been working with the staff who has been very, diligent and professional and very customer friendly in working with me, but I do have concerns because one, when folks are moving into a historic district, I don't know where the information needs to come from. I was told, and I went to the Oakland
Excuse
Park
me.
meeting.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Oh, Donna, just one second. So comments that are to be made are about this case specifically. Do you have anything specific
Yeah,
pertaining
so
to this case?
yeah, so you guys mentioned there is a list of approved contractors, right?
Mhm.
The
Yeah,
list that
well,
was
We
the
have,
list that you guys provide, the contractors don't even show up because they think this is a useless process and they think we can't afford to get the windows. So I'm just trying to understand because I received the same list of contractors that did not show up when I asked them to, because I need windows too.
okay,
So
well,
I
so what
understand
I
that
would,
it's for this house. I understand it's for this house. And so I'm just trying to help the homeowner because I'm going through the same thing. So I understand where he's coming from. So if you guys can make this process more transparent to people when they're moving in the neighborhood, you wouldn't have the problem of people doing things without knowledge. How do we get the knowledge? Just because there's a sign up in the neighborhood that says it's historic, people don't know what that means.
yeah, so
So
what I would, so excuse me, so what I would recommend, I know you said that you went to your neighborhood association. I know people in Oakland that understand the process, and so the list that of what am I trying,
the contractors that you guys
Yeah, yeah,
provide, the list, they won't even come to your house. They
yeah,
didn't even,
so
they don't
that is,
come.
Donna, that is beyond our purview. So we can't force contractors to come out there. We do have a list of approved materials that you can get from staff that are for vendors, I would say, that have that work. But now that you know that you are in a neighborhood that is historic and you know how to get in touch with staff, I would also encourage you to be a voice for your neighborhood, for other people
Yep.
who are not,
Yep.
who aren't there. So our purview is for this particular home. So if you have any comments that are about this particular case, we can hear them. Otherwise, we are going to need to close to deliberate on this particular case.
Understood.
Okay.
Also add, hi Donna, this is Christy. Jen Bear from our staff attends the Oakland Park meetings and she'll be attending the next one in May. So I'll make sure if you attend, connect
Yeah,
with
they
Jen.
didn't show up last night though. I was there last night. They didn't, they were supposed to show up last night and they didn't. So this is part of the problem. So
Donna,
thank you.
Donna, we communicated with the leadership of Oakland Park that we weren't unable to come on Monday, but that we would be there in May. So I'm
Okay.
sorry for
I'll
that
be there as
inconvenience.
well. Thank you.
So we'll look for you there. Thanks.
All right, thanks.
All right, so we will reclose for deliberation. I think Commissioner Sullivan was about to make a motion. I think there's multiple motions to be made.
Yes. Question before I started off on
Correct. I think it's windows and then like replacement, yeah, and then like keeping that in, yes.
to deny this application because the proposed project's no Congress special character of the district, described in chapter design standards and the Secretary of the Interior standards for historic preservation on page 2.5. We have moved to deny basement windows. Original 2/2 windows were removed and replaced instead of repair, which is in congruous with design standards for windows 4.14 number 10. The original windows were replaced with 101 vinyl, which is in congruous with standards 4.14, 17, and 19, and standards for materials 6.18. Number 3, I'd also like to add a few. I would replace all original 2/2 horizontal pane windows. The original windows are not available to value where possible, and currently installed windows are 1-to-1 vinyl double.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kerm. Any discussion? Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Holt?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to deny passes 10-0.
Excuse me, I would like to make one comment about and maybe Commissioner Kerm can jump in on this, but the fact that a neighborhood or a home is in a historic district is part of a real estate closing. Am I correct in that, Commissioner Kerm?
That is correct, but I believe this house was sold off market, so I don't know exactly the circumstances of this specific house. In terms of what
Even,
this
it's
was.
okay. If I think can I help? Even
Absolutely.
to Commissioner Lineberger's point, I think what Commissioner Lineberger is saying is it's a material fact whenever you have a real estate transaction, whether it's closed or open or through a realtor. Is that right? Yeah.
And it should be part of any listing, certainly.
Sure.
And that ultimately it is the owner's responsibility or the purchaser's responsibility to understand
What they're buying.
what they're buying. Exactly. And that their neighborhood is historic.
Before we move on, I just wanted to confirm that we denied the removal of the original, the proposed new windows and the front door.
Yeah, I'm moving on to the front door and the trim, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Sullivan.
No worries.
Go ahead.
All right. So moving on to window trim. I move to deny this application. The proposed projects incongruous with the special character of the district described in Chapter 3 of the design standards and with the Secretary of the Interior standards for historic rehabilitation on page 2.5. The proposed window trim is PVC, which is incongruous with design standards 6.18 materials number 3. Also would like to add some facts that the proposed Lincoln windows have PVC sills, brick mold, and mull casings.
Okay. There's a motion by Commissioner Kerm. Is there a second? Commissioner Sullivan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stanley. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to deny passes 10-0.
I'd like to make a motion to deny this application because the proposed project's incongruous with the special character of the district described in Chapter 3 of Design Standards and with the Secretary of the Interior standards for historic rehabilitation on page 2.5. The installation of a new fiberglass craftsman style front door is incongruous with design standards for front doors and entrances 4.10 numbers 2 and 3 and standards for doors 6.15 number 3. Some additional facts are that the new front door is a 6-light craftsman style fiberglass door. Traditionally, front entry doors are constructed of wood, and that the new craftsman style front entry door does not match the mid-century style of the house.
think you also need to deny the removal of the original door.
Yes, I would also like to add that we are denying the removal of the front door that was replaced.
With standards.
With standards, front doors and entrances 4.10, numbers 1 and 2.
Any facts?
And the original front entry door has been removed and is not available to evaluate if repair is possible.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stanley. Any discussion? Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to deny passes 10-0.
Thank you. We are going to take a quick 10-minute break and return at 4:40. Thank you. All right, welcome back to the HDC meeting. We're going to move on to our next case on the agenda, which is 1016 Fairmont Street. I believe we have our applicants online.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Hi
so-
there.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey. Um, Bertha should be here also. Do y'all see her? She might be a call-in. Bertha Flanders.
We do have a caller. Another
Okay.
caller we see. Okay. Janice and Philip,
Yes.
do you all have cameras you can turn on?
Let me click on this and, well, I clicked on the icon, the red icon. It says recording is in progress. Where else should I click?
Okay. There should be like a little white camera at the bottom of your
Okay.
window.
It's a,
Hello.
well, I see the camera, but it is still red and it's got like a line drawn through it.
Okay, if you click on that,
Okay.
it may turn on for you.
Okay. Okay. Yay. Okay. Here I am.
All right.
Hey, Anthony, how are you?
And
Hey there.
Janice, Philip, and Bertha, have you all been sworn in?
No, I
No.
need one.
Okay. If you will please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Thank you.
This project again is at 1016 Fairmont Street, and it involves the replacement of original wood windows. The windows were 6/6 wood windows and had original trim. You can see here in these photos from a few years ago. Here we go, both elevations. And the windows were removed and the window openings were made smaller to accommodate the installation of smaller windows. The finished product here with 1/1 vinyl windows with a wood picture frame trim. And this is an after the fact case being reviewed today as if it has not yet occurred. And I will leave it to the our applicants. If you guys want me to move anywhere in the slides, let me know.
Well, on everything, you know, as you're progressing through the files, everything is pretty much self-explanatory, especially when you see the windows piled up out there. But I just wanted to preface everything by saying that I had no knowledge, as I live in Georgia, I had no knowledge that the windows were even going to be taken out. I didn't know that anything was going to be done to the property. So I was shocked by the time I found out about it. So, you know, the initial decision to take the windows out was done without my knowledge. And it was
And that's
done by Philip Morgan.
and that's where I'm going to intervene. So we recently inherited these properties from our great aunt. Her name is Pauline Avon. And I
And
decided to start doing some moderate rehab to properties. The windows were inoperable. So I removed them without the knowledge that I needed to um, reach out to the committee in order to do so.
Okay.
And we have a case where our family is not on the same page in regards to things. I didn't even know my aunt was going to be on this call today. So I'm glad she is. So it's that kind of story when your family inherits properties and no one's on the same page. But
Well, I've been working with Miss Lamy and Miss Draft for over a year and a half, probably longer, and they're the only way that I've been able to get anything going on as far as setting up the Excel account and all of this, because we had told, I mean, you are not an owner on the property, and it was up to the owners to make any kind of decisions, and you were taking it upon yourself to just override what everybody was saying. So I just decided to just specifically work with the HDC, because I wasn't getting anywhere, with trying to reach out to you, because this problem should have been resolved a long time ago. So
aunties,
it's
I don't want to
time
do
to
this in
just
front of
get
the
it
HDC
over with.
committee. Let me
Okay.
intervene. I don't want to do this in front of the HDC committee, but auntie, you could have contacted me now. But this is a horror story when families inherit properties, and this is what happened.
Okay.
And,
We,
and,
We
and
do
I-
have a
I'm sorry.
caller. I'm sorry to cut in here, but
No, I
we do have an
apologize.
unknown
We're not going to do
caller
this in front of the
on the
HDC
line.
committee, auntie. You should call me ahead of time, like we should communicate, because I am rightfully one of the owners. But
Well,
you guys have not.
you
okay,
have,
Miss,
You guys have
Miss,
not taken time out. You
Miss,
guys have not taken time out
can we
to
mute
put the
them?
deeds in my name. And I didn't think you were going to be on a phone call, because I've also talked to Candace and I've also talked to Elizabeth.
Philip, you can unmute him. Philip, thank you. And Miss Janice, thank you.
Sorry.
Is there somebody, do we know who the unknown caller is?
They had indicated that the sister, but it doesn't mean.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So thank you. I just want to say, I live in McCrory Heights. I know we have tried to get in touch with whoever, because I know that it's a lot of y'all who own the property. If there is someone in Charlotte who can come to meetings, I believe we have y'all on the, somebody, I don't know who, on the listserv that gets meeting notifications and everything. And then I am more than happy to, through staff, for them to give you my information, because y'all own a lot of property in McCrory Heights. And so we are more than willing as an association to work with y'all to make sure that whoever is making decisions knows what's going on. So I just want to say that, since y'all are in front of me. But for this particular matter at hand, then I don't know if you heard the previous conversation, but there is a high bar for removing original windows that include pictures, information from window repair companies that say that the windows are unable to be repaired, for them to be able to be removed. And then another piece on which particular windows are approved to be put back in. So just so you know that, there's a lot of other stuff that goes on with HDC also, as y'all are could potentially be doing more work on any of these homes in the future. And so I would just encourage you to reach out to staff. Again, you can have my information, reach out to me, and we can help y'all walk through the process. Is there anything else that
Absolutely.
y'all have to say about this with the windows before we close for deliberation? Or sorry,
No,
does
I
anybody
just
else
want
have anything?
I
Okay,
just want
does any
to.
other commissioner
I'm
have
sorry.
anything to say?
I'm noticing the chimney has been painted.
I'm sorry.
I'm also noticing that the chimney has been painted.
That was pre,
Long existing,
yeah,
way before the district.
yeah,
We checked.
Okay.
It just stood out to me.
Yeah.
yes, that was pre-district.
Okay.
I wanted to touch on the approvable window list, because I do have the list.
Mm-hmm.
And because right now it has like those vinyl pillow windows. And what I'm doing right now is that I do have a contractor, and what they're waiting on, first we had to get this meeting over with, but I'm going to give him, well, he already has a list of the approvable windows. So that would be like the Gelwin, Pella, Sierra Pacific, Tucker, Windows and Doors, Windsor, Windows and Doors, and Weather Shield. So, the next steps would be to get the contractor to source these windows and report back to y'all before any installations.
Yes, ma'am. So the next steps, we will rule on this case, which will probably be denied, which will be denied. And then you can work with staff to make sure that your contractor does get the right windows. And then you'll do what you need to do to get them in, and then they'll come back and make sure that the right windows were put in. And then again, if there's anything else that you want to do on any of the homes that you own in McCrory Heights or outside work, please, before you do anything, check with staff. And if you could
Yes.
pass that along to everybody, all of your family also.
Well, we're in compliance. I mean, we're not, trying to do anything, my sister and I.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna close now for deliberation. We are closed. Any other conversation? Okay, does anybody have a motion or a couple motions?
I'll make a motion, 2 motions, right? I move that we deny the replacement. I move that we deny the replacement of the original wood windows with the 1/1 Pella series because they were removed and replaced instead of repaired, which is incongruous with design standards for Windows 4.14, number 10. And the original windows were replaced with 1/1 vinyl windows, which is incongruous with the design standards for Windows 4.14, number 17 and 19. And the size of the original window openings decreased to accommodate the use of smaller windows, which is incongruous with design standards for Windows 4.14, numbers 13, 14, and 16. And the facts around this motion are the original windows are not available to evaluate if repair is possible. The original 6/6 wood windows were removed and replaced instead of repaired. The replacement of the windows are 1/1 Pella 150 series white vinyl double hung windows, and the original wood openings were reduced in size to install smaller windows.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Stanley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to deny passes 10. Oh, I would. Okay, Commissioner Allred.
Yes.
I checked the wrong box. Okay. Motion to deny passes 10-0.
The window replacement.
Yes.
And then onto the trim replacement, I move that we deny the original wood window casement trim and sills being removed and installed with newly installed windows being trimmed out with picture frame style wood casements of approximately 4 inches wide around the perimeter of the window. And the casement trim and sills were removed instead of retained and restored, which is incongruous with design standards 4.11, number 1, and the original window trim was replaced with non-traditional picture frame trim, which is incongruous with design standards for trim 4.11, numbers 2 and 3, and standard 4.14, number 12.
And the recommended facts around the window trim replacement is the original trim is not available to evaluate if repair is possible. The original decorative wood window casings were removed and the replacement windows were framed with wood in a picture frame style with no window sills, which does not match the traditional historic detailing for windows in a field of siding.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Stanley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to deny passes 10-0. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Okay, so going forward, you guys
Thank
gonna
you.
send up,
Yeah, so you'll, oh,
Let's close the agenda.
oh,
that we were starting with, but I know our great aunt would be proud for us pursuing this. I like you guys understand already, we do own multiple properties in the neighborhood.
yeah, so
And just going
Philip,
forward,
some,
compliant about
Philip,
everything.
Philip,
Uh-huh.
someone from staff will be in touch with you with next steps. So we're gonna move on
Yes,
to the
ma'am.
next case. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Mhm.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, where are we? Right here? We are right there. All right, the next case is 1510 South Mint Street. And this involves a fence on a commercial site. There was a COA for this fence from a while ago. That was approved to be 6 feet in height around this rear patio. And that this fence was built to be 8 feet high instead. And you can see it here. And I believe that we have the applicant online.
Yep. How are you doing?
Hi, good. And this is, yeah, Eric and Kate. Have you
Yes.
all been sworn in?
No.
Okay, if you will raise your right hand and respond, I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, the commission is reviewing the 8-foot fence in the rear of this structure. The area along the side is the alley and is not within the commission's purview. The part of the fence that's on the adjacent property, that property has been issued an NOV and is a separate matter. So we're just looking at the fencing, the 8-foot fencing in the rear of this property right now.
Okay,
Thank you.
so that, okay, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
You can go ahead and explain your
Yeah.
project, but just to
Well,
be
I just-
clear. Mhm.
Yes, so there are 2 fences along that long line. I just want to make sure that you're referring to both of them. There's that metal wooden fence with the barbed wire, and then you can see the wooden fence on the inside that is, I guess, also 8 feet that goes all the way down. Is that not in question? It's just the rear as well? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we're gonna get your name and address in 1 second, but
Sure.
the fencing, yes, there are 2 fences on the adjacent property, the metal fence and then the wood fence that your side placed. This is not in question today because it is on the other property and that property has received an NOV for this wood fence. So they're gonna go through the enforcement process as well. And if they want, they can take it down. So
Got it.
you are
Okay.
just, yeah, you are just talking about your 8-foot in the rear.
Got it.
Before we
Okay.
continue, can we get your name and address for the court reporter, both of you? Thank
Yes.
you.
Eric and Kate Gusson, and our home address is 189 West Summit Avenue.
Yeah, and let me just know if where you'd like to go in the presentation.
So I'm actually, I think, did you put this together?
I did. I'm sorry. I have a stomach bug today, so I'm letting Eric handle a lot of this.
And just to be upfront, we just took over this space with the fence already built on it. So our landlord at the property was receiving violations and lives in California, and we offered to kind of play middleman and handle the issue for him. So we're the tenant in the space and did not build the fence. So just want to, I guess we're just here to make sure we can do what we need to do to obviously protect the business and then also build it properly to meet HDC requirements.
Yeah, and I understand we went through a similar process for another business, and we just want to ensure that we would still receive, that we're still able to build at a certain height and closeness, just for any noise pollution that we can help with the neighborhood, and then just for safety of our team.
So just to be clear, you still are asking for this fence to be 8 feet in the rear yard, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the
Well-
ask, and we cannot, at the staff level, approve that because we only approve 6 feet. So it'll be up to the commission to determine whether or not the 8-foot fence meets the standards.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions or comments for the applicant from anyone?
Is the reason for the exception have something to do with the type of business? You mentioned security.
We're a restaurant and bar and same across the street. And just since we serve alcohol, and are in a high traffic neighborhood and a high traffic block. I'm not sure if you're familiar exactly where we are, but I'm sure you are, right, with Tiber Creek and with such a large outdoor presence. We have had events where quite literally people are trying to hop the fence, and that was part of the reason why we were approved an 8-foot across the street and are hoping for the same here.
Thank you.
And then as well as noise pollution for the neighborhood as well.
So who approved 8 feet across the street?
This
The commission.
Yes, that project was across the street at 1510 South Mint.
It was
1513. Yes, this is
Excuse me,
1510.
this is
It's okay.
1513,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was based off of the Workman's Friends exception that I guess set precedent several years ago.
It's a violation.
It's, yeah. Sorry, it went before the commission.
Not an application.
Okay, so
Yes, it did.
the previous across the street is kind of in a violation status as well. So the fence.
No,
in-
that was applied for, approved. We had a commission. We had minor changes. I think the issue was that it was the height and the style, and we were approved on the height and changed the style and went ahead and changed the style, submitted, and have been approved for everything. And that is not in violation at all.
Yeah, that's been
There
completed.
was one approved between, I'm not sure if this location was approved, we'll have to check, but it was approved behind, in between. If you go to a map, please, Elizabeth?
Yeah.
No, just go to the map as part of the, yeah, go to up, right there. Okay, so, can I have the mouse?
Yeah, it was back. It was back.
So what was approved was back here. There was an 8-foot fence approved along this property line to separate the commercial from this residential. I'm not aware of any other fence that was approved except for the one along the back property line.
Yeah, that's correct.
We're glad to look into it. But it was approved by the commission. as separating residential from commercial. And the commission did make that exception in this case for those special considerations. The commission has also made a similar 8-foot exception between Ed's Tavern and the house across the street, across Ideal Way, for a very small portion for 8 feet, because it directly abuts residential. That was the thought process.
Got it.
Any other questions? So just to be clear, because I just want to make sure that you understood, like that was approved because it was residential to commercial. This is commercial to
Sure.
commercial. Okay.
Because this is residential, I guess not directly, but off, 50,
Well,
30 yards to the other side, which is,
Yeah,
again,
but you're commercial, correct?
correct.
Right. So if the people who are actually residential were here, then that might be a different conversation, but you're commercial to commercial. And in what Christy is saying is that the exceptions were given because it was
Because
residential.
of residential
commercial.
directly.
Yep.
So there is if you go, well, I guess you can't see it on there, but directly behind the 1513, directly behind us is not residential. There's where the building farthest to the facing closer to Westwood. So I'm sorry, I think I'm looking at it backwards, but either way, directly behind us, what used to be, I believe, Duke Energy land, and then there is residential off to the side, but it wasn't that it was directly behind us. It was that it was still polluting noise into the neighborhood because there was a neighborhood behind us. That 1513 probably is still a little bit closer to residential, but not that much closer than the opposite side of the street at 1510. If you pull up the that view right there, there's the parking lot, but then directly outside the parking lot, directly behind that, where it says 1500, 1529 is all residential, as well as all those houses, 1500 to 1529 on the inside, those as well are right around the same proximity to our rear as the other side of the street.
Staff, someone, can y'all put a slide 7 up? And then that picture on the left showing that gate, that perpendicular to the building, connecting to the fence on the left. Was that approved?
No.
I
Okay, that was, so,
All of this has been built in an alley or on someone else's property. So we don't have any purview to talk on those things today,
Okay.
because those applicants aren't here. So the only portion we're looking at is, Elizabeth, can you go back to slide 6? The only portion we're looking at is what Elizabeth's pointing at right here.
Sure.
Those 2 areas. It's here.
It's these photos,
Go-
it's this here.
No. If you go up.
You zoom in on 6,
Zoom
it's
in
easier to
on
see.
the aerial.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's right there.
right here.
That's what we're looking at. It's just.
so when y'all applied for that one, why was that not good enough?
We didn't. We just took over this property. We didn't build the fence. We inherited it. We had nothing. The fence was there, and again, our landlord has been getting violations due to the building of the fence from the previous tenant, and we've just taken over the space in the last year, less than year, like 6 months. And like I said, he lives in California, so we're just trying to help him stop getting violations and I guess get ahead of what needs to be done or what we can get approved for safety and noise and all that other stuff.
So how big of an area is that there? I mean, who's in there that you're protecting? I mean, it seems like a tiny little area. And
So
is
it's
that-
not necessarily, yeah, it's more so just getting entrance into the building. That's our that's our emergency exit and our side door. There's a, I don't know, a 6 foot wide door that leads out the back for our emergency exit, as well as that little side patio that the elongated portion goes into the side of the building. So, you know, we're a serving alcohol establishment, 21 and up only. It's not necessarily, you know, safety from violence. It's just, you know, ABC licensing and making sure that people aren't entering the property to keep capacity numbers and ID checks and all that kind of stuff.
And you're saying people could enter over 6 feet?
I mean, we've seen it before. It's 6 feet's better than, you know, 7 feet's better than 6, 8's better than 7, so on and so forth for something like that.
Yeah, it's just 6 isn't our standards though.
No, I understand that.
Yeah. Anything else?
And that was the COA.
Yeah.
A COA was granted in 2020 for 6 feet.
Is there anything more compelling than what you've told us that'll help us?
I mean, again, it's the same reasoning as we were approved across the street for noise and, you know, keeping people out that aren't legally allowed to be in or old enough to be in, or, you know, it's a very busy street on a Saturday night. There's 2,500 to 3,000 plus people roaming on that block between Tiber Creek, Trio, the Horseshoe, Yume Restaurant, us, you know, several others. And, you know, public parking lot in the back. There's the ghost kitchen where there's cars in and out. It's just really just prudent to have that level of protection. And we have 4 or 5 security on to watch the perimeter on the front side. Why would we have an open backside, you know?
Okay, anything else from commissioners? All right, we're gonna close for deliberation.
Building security is in our forte,
No.
so, I mean, it was approved at 6, that's in our guidelines. That's not what they did. Yeah, I don't think it's that straightforward. Yes.
Anybody have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. Let me just, hold on one second. Is that? I move to deny this application as it's not, that it's incongruous with our standards per, is it chapter 8? Has anyone got the,
8.6.
Number 8.
Number 8.
Yeah.
For fences.
That's my motion.
Second.
Can you clarify also for the record why this is different from those that were approved at 8 feet?
Well, yes, applicant noted a variance across the street. However, that is not the same circumstances because that is a division between residential and commercial, and that's not the case at 1510 South Mint.
Thank you.
Motion made by Commissioner Whitlock. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley.
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Allred.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Kern.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell. Yes. Motion to deny passes 10-0. Thank you.
Wilmore?
No, how long has it been,
Oh,
violation, like?
a long time. We've years, we've been sending notices and notices and notices.
No response.
Yeah, I think Jenny was
Changed tenants.
changed tenants, but the owner, you know, is the one that gets the violations. So
Still circumstances that they can go to the city and ask for.
they just don't respond to anything. So like, we just, yeah, all we try, I mean, we try to make resolution, on the staff level whenever we can, but they have to respond to like our letters and our attempts to contact. And so, thankfully Eric and Kate, have taken this over and are working to make everything right. I mean, of course, they're gonna ask to keep what's there, but I have no doubt that they'll continue to work with us, so we finally got someone who will work with us and help bring everything to compliance.
All right. The next case is 1824 South Mint. And this project involves the new construction of a single-family home that was originally approved in 2017. And the garage was built and the house wasn't, and then the COA expired, so it was reaffirmed in 2019. And we finally did a final inspection about a year ago this month and found that the as-built house does not match the COA. And some of the main differences that we're bringing before you today are grading. The original design had kind of a flat grade. And here with this one, we have a much larger grade in the front. As you can see here in the front elevations, the changes from COA to the as-built. We also have some cornice and trim changes and some hardscape changes from approved concrete to a use of a paver. So here's the elevations here. And we have Angie here in the room, and then the owner, Mr. Pirro, is online. Mike?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you
Yep.
been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mike, can you spell your name and address for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Michael Pirro, last name Pirro. The address is 1824 South Mint Street.
Okay. And Angie, just let me know where you want me to go.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Charlotte, North Carolina. Okay, before I speak, I do believe Michael has something to say, so I'm going to let him speak first.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long day, so first, thank you for the work that you put in. As you know, I'm the property owner at 1824 South Mint Street. Thanks for allowing me to be part of this hearing today. I want to begin by acknowledging the important role of the Charlotte Historic District Commission. I generally respect the Commission's mission to preserve the character and integrity of our historic neighborhoods, so thank you all for that. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the Commission staff, who have been very helpful, responsive, and generous with their guidance since this matter came to my attention. With that said, I'd like to share the circumstances surrounding the situation, as the events following my purchase of this property have been both unexpected and somewhat distressing. I purchased this home in September 2024 after it had been on the market by the builder for more than 2 years without a buyer. At the time of my purchase, the property had been issued a certificate of occupancy in October 2022. There was no record, documented or otherwise, of any outstanding violations brought to my attention. Throughout the entire due diligence and closing process, there was no indication that the property was subject to any historic commission violations or enforcement actions. For these reasons, it was a huge surprise to receive a letter in July of 2025, 7 months after I closed on the house, alleging multiple violations, escalating monetary citations, and even the possibility of a court order requiring me to vacate my property. Receiving such correspondence without any prior notice of any historical record of violations was alarming, unsettling, particularly given the length of time that had passed since the certificate of occupancy was issued. I purchased this home as part of my transition into retirement with the intention of downsizing and living closer to my children, all whom live in the South End area and the surrounding areas as well. My financial planning for this stage of my life did not anticipate the need to hire an architect who is graciously in person today, thank you, Angie, or undertake potentially any significant corrective work. The unexpected costs associated with such compliance could present a serious financial hardship. I would also like to note my personal commitment to this historic neighborhood. Beyond maintaining my own home, which is complimented by everybody who passes by, I voluntarily care for the vacant lot adjacent to my property by having it mowed weekly at my own expense, despite it not being my responsibility. I do this because I value the appearance, safety, and character of the community and take pride in being a good steward of the neighborhood. I respectfully submit that while the Commission's goals are both admirable and necessary, the process in this particular case did not function as intended, in my opinion. As a good faith purchaser with no prior knowledge of these issues, I am asking for understanding and thoughtful consideration as the Commission evaluates my situation. I remain committed to working collaboratively to find a fair and reasonable resolution, one that respects historic preservation while also acknowledging the realities of these circumstances. Once again, thank you for your time, guidance, and consideration. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Angie, who will do the presentation. Thank you, everyone.
If I could just make one clarifying point, I think in the staff analysis, it has listed a considerable amount of items that can be staff approved, and they can if the commission allows. However, the applicant is requesting to keep everything as is, as you see it before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Candace and Elizabeth. I've been working really hard with Elizabeth on this one. When the client came to us, he said, I have a few violations that I got a notice on, and received the document from Elizabeth, and only had one other project similar to this, and not to my doing or the owner's doing in this case. So as he told you, the project sat vacant for 2 years. He became the owner, and with that ownership, adopted all of these unnoted violations at the time. So I'm just going to dive in to the majority of them. I know it's late and everybody is tired, but this one is pretty important in the big picture. In the previous approved 2017 application and reaffirmed in 2019, I noticed in this package, there was no streetscape, no grading plan, no site plan. There was nothing, and requested information. And I didn't get anything back. The only thing I got back was the certificate of appropriateness that was included in the package. And with that, we started noticing some discrepancy. And the way that we verified height from grade is we counted brick. We went out, we measured the brick, counted it, and to determine accurately where the grade change was. The only streetscape that we were provided was the streetscape from, not on South Mint, but the adjacent street, which showed us a sidewalk level and grade change. And if you can jump to that, that would be helpful so that everyone can see what we're talking about. I believe it might be in the supplement, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, so the information that we were given, plus the due diligence of what we had to do to provide this, I'm just going to hit bullet points on this. So there was something noted that I found was incorrect. It said that on the previously approved plans that the floor to ceiling height was approved at 8'5". That is incorrect. On the original approved plans, it said 8'5" was the roof eave height, not finished floor height. So that misinterpretation. Also, second floor. So there was some discrepancies on what was approved versus what was physically built. We also noticed that the plans and I know you're supposed to approve this as after the fact as it's built, but as if it's a new application, but I want to explain some features. The plans that were approved showed it flat on a slab. There was no foundation plan to that. It was a slab foundation as drawn. So it did not take into consideration that you would need steps, 5 or 6 steps to get to finished floor. And so you can, in this supplement, we're pointing out the exact differences. So the overall height, the grade change, there were some details missing. So as built versus previously drawn, there are some discrepancies that we will bring into compliance. The bracket details. The finished floor to roof height never changed. It never did. What happened is the grade changed. And so, not this, I'm sorry. So there, again, there's some discrepancies that the builder never resolved with staff on, as they were coming up. This was also built in the height of COVID and not an excuse, but that was of the time frame that it was under construction. So the height change didn't change from finished floor up, so what changed was grade. And so now presented before you is, this is the grade, this is the number of steps that we need, this is the roof height. So overall height is one issue. The other thing that was noted, the previously approved, and this can be staff approved, previously approved was 4/4 windows. They put in 6/6. Personally, I think it looks better with 6/6 than 4/4. Stylistically, it fits the composition of the house. And window composition, I believe, and window style can be staff approved. So if you take that off the table, but it is small pieces that slowly add up. The steps on the front and on the left side, the sidewalk is higher than finished floor. So there's a fence installed that shields the house from the street, and then the grade drops. So if you can go to photographs, that would help. Oh, I can't see the page. I'm sorry. So slide 11 and 12. So on the street side, there's actually in the corner, it's a corner lot, there's fences on both sides of the property, and it surrounds. Now there's some issues with a window box detail. It was interpreted as a window box. It was not drawn in elevation as a planter box and installed as window trim. So this slide that you're on, 11, yeah. So it was intended, planned, drawn as a box, installed as a piece of trim. Does it match the rest of the house? No. Do we need to add window boxes or planter boxes? Probably so. The corbels, the little brackets, there were small brackets on the columns at the column and right there, column and roof detail that are missing. We plan on putting those back. So there are certain features that we would add back to complement what was originally approved. The front door, while it's probably not the style that one of us would probably have chosen for this house, it is a wood front door. And well, you can't really see it there, but it can be resolved with staff as far as the style of the front door. The side walks and the front walk, there was a note from staff that historically the neighborhood would have had brick. I don't know what was approved because there was nothing noted on the approval of the sidewalks. So there was brick pavers installed. Also on the left side of the house, left side, behind the fence, between the door, the patio goes up against the house, and also the sidewalk is up against the house, and we're proposing to add a 12-inch planter strip along the sidewalk on the house, by the house as well. there's just a handful of discrepancies. And we can go over every single one. It's noted on the page, first page of the application, but the biggest thing is the grade. Can't change the grade. The grade is what it was. It was never documented. And, you know, the issue now is approval as built for grade, fenestration, roof height from grade, trim, details, corbels, brackets, front porch steps. The side door was drawn as an 18 light door. I don't think I've ever really seen an 18 light door that's only 6'8". But they installed a full view door next to 6/6 windows. It is behind the fence. It is not, other than the balcony, not seen. We have approved full light view doors on other homes before. So it's an ask for that to not be changed, or we could possibly add mullions or muttons to it. I think that should cover most of the bullet points that we went over. I do want to say I 2 years sitting vacant, and there was never a notice of violation prior to the occupancy, and it wasn't even right at occupancy, as the owner had said. It was 6 or 7 months after taking occupancy that any notice of violations were given. So just consider that in the process and the amount of time that has passed between built or approval 2017, COA or certificate of occupancy in 2022, and ownership in 2024. I think that's it. Michael, do you have anything else to add, sir?
No, again, no, just, listen, I work in the utility space, and I have to testify before commissions all the time. And I appreciate the work that you guys do. This is just a really unique situation. So I've already explained that. So just again, thank you for your time.
To add a little more uniqueness, when this project was originally reviewed in 2017, it was reviewed under the old standards. And so, the staff memos were a lot different at that time. The information provided as part of the application, as Angie indicated, was a lot different at that time. So, we've gotten a lot more advanced with our topography requirements and foundation requirements, but those things weren't really considered back then.
So then I just have a question. If it wasn't considered back then, but we're using today's standards
good
for the
point.
violations, how does that
So it
pass?
was reaffirmed under the new guidelines.
But in 2019?
In 2019, it was reaffirmed, because the commission's not going to not reaffirm something that was already approved. So anyway, so I just, this is really difficult because it's a very old case.
Yes.
And there is the only other Zotwell survey we have is the West
Side
Worthington,
street.
the side street.
Yes.
Yeah, which you should have.
And that's all we have to go by to find sidewalk elevation and the rear yard neighbors elevation. That's it. That's all we have.
The other consideration, Angie, that I don't know if you were aware of, but back in 2017, what the commission looked at, would you pull up 2011 maybe of this site on Google? There was a historic 2-story structure on this site. And they used, I know we looked at Google Maps during the meeting, although John was running the meeting at that time, so I am a little fuzzy on this one. But I know there was a discussion. Street view, and go back to 2011. 2011, there you go. So this was originally on the site, and this was a consideration for the commission when they were considering a two-story structure to be built back. They were considering that there had been a two-story historic structure here.
Right.
So that was part of, the initial review and approval. I know the setbacks totally different and all that, but that I know there probably are some questions of why is it two-story when across the street is one story and everything else in the district is one story, and it was because of this. But this had been demolished very early on in the district's history.
Right.
And we don't have a Zotwell streetscape for that. But anyway, just to add a little more
And
context.
topography did change from this photo because we did go back to this and you could see that it's almost at the sidewalk level. Well, because it's pushed back, it graded, a lot changed. And so, we come to you with, some consideration that so much time has passed and being approved previously, reaffirmed in 2019, didn't get built until 2020-ish, took a year and a half to build, sat on the market for 2 years. And in the owner's due diligence, no zoning holds, none in their closing.
Christy,
So
how?
that's what-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those
how did-
holds, same thing that happened with Van Lanningham, with across the street. It was the same kind of time frame.
But how did it get a COO?
I don't know.
don't
It's not us. It's somewhere over in the permit department just was like, oh, we don't need to talk to HTC. Someone released it without our authority. And I know it is where we're at.
The grade may have changed because it's bigger. It's built, 8 feet closer to the grade, to the sidewalk than was approved. And this is, the drawings we showed us here do not match the drawings we showed on slide 16.
No,
On slide 16 says that they're the same size.
Angie, take your mic. Sorry.
there's a porch. It's the same. This is just this was the original footprint. The porch is here. It's built in the same location.
Right, it comes up to the 20-foot setback. Right there, and it doesn't there. Like a foot. Okay.
Which is Broadmoor, or that's the, they have the original plans?
That's
it.
them, yeah. Yeah.
I've not seen that as a porch.
There,
And I said, but
zoom in, please. The columns are here and here. Steps are here. This is the porch. That's the front door. We just show the roof plan, but the front door's back here.
I think the previous had a 3-foot setback shown. So the line moves over.
yeah.
So if I may, it is the documentation that we have of what was approved is what we included in this package as the approval. We also show you what was built. We drew that, what was built by counting brick, counting siding, like literally to the minutia. And then there's going to be what we propose. So in our package where we show each elevation, so slide 16, please. Let's just use that one for instance. So slide 16, what was approved, what was built, and what we're asking for. So this is, well, they look the same. We're asking for the windows to be approved 6 over 6 versus 4 over 4. The roof pitch, we noticed that the roof pitch, based on counting siding, there was a slight 1/2 degree pitch. So it's a 3.5 pitch instead of a 3 pitch. So little things like that in this composition, the front elevation. Go to slide 15, please. So we noticed that in the front elevation, the brackets were not built. This is as built, and this is what we're proposing. So on the front cover sheet, and that's what I'm saying, there's such little things, but they're add up. On the cover sheet, we go through bullet by bullet of all the things that we're responding to based on the notice of violation that was sent, which was extensive. And this is a unique one. I don't think in all my years since 19 something presenting to the board that I've come across something like this.
I have one staff clarification. How much have the guidelines changed since 2019 when this was reaffirmed? Because the current guidelines are from 2023, they were approved.
We added so these guidelines were originally adopted in April of 2017.
Okay.
But
okay.
anything that was like already in queue was reviewed under the old standards, which is what happened with the initial review.
Okay.
What's been changed is we've added multifamily, we've added commercial.
So it's not applicable to this.
Right. We've made some tweaks to clarity on other parts, but there wasn't a lot of the residential that changed. The new construction and additions had been separate chapters and we combined those into one chapter, but there weren't really substantive changes.
I was just curious because the guidelines, current guidelines say 2023. So I was thinking.
It's because they're living documents and we're always
Right.
like adding and changing, but yes.
But the process, your sort of in-house process for issuing certificate of appropriateness has changed quite a bit.
Quite a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Requiring like permit ready drawings and, to make sure that what's getting submitted to the permit department is the same as what's submitted to us. I'm sure that was also a consideration here with the steps and the grading and the foundation and everything.
But wait, to your point, if the change of the guidelines was more around multifamily than when the.
But our process changed. So,
Right, but the point of like looking at this through old guidelines versus these guidelines is not that.
So it's nuanced. So it was totally reviewed under old guidelines. It expired. They resubmitted it and then the new guidelines stood, but the new commission wasn't going to go against and review something that had already been approved under old guidelines. They just said, okay, we're reaffirming this.
Yeah, but I thought I just heard you say that the new guidelines were just about multifamily.
No. These guidelines were in place, but over the years since 2019, we added to them. We added the multifamily information. We added the new construction or the commercial information.
But this is not, I guess my point is that if those are the things that were added under the new, then nothing changed what would have been.
No, these were brand new in 2017.
Okay.
Yeah, we've just added chapters to it since then.
So,
And also if I may add, the stamping process, and I've been through many commissions, the stamping process was very different. It was very different. It would be you submitted 30 days later, you got a stamp. The permit ready process is new and so welcomed because we can't get the builder side, the architect side, the designer side cannot get a permit unless those two plans that are submitted to the commission and permit are exactly the same. 2017, 2018, 2019, even 2020 wasn't the case. So plans that went through permit, and we have another project that went through a kind of a similar on Walnut, 409 Walnut. They got their permit, they got everything done, but the permit plans did not match the approved plans. So there was a glitch in the system. And unfortunately, this is the consequence of that glitch. And we're just asking for some leniency in understanding that. We're not asking you to bend the rules, not at all. There are small things that we can do. We can't change the grade, can't change topography, can't change the height. And the height, the physical height from finished floor to roof did not change. The ground changed because of its placement. which we never had documentation for to begin with. Okay, a
So,
lot to take in.
Christie, how come there was so much time before it was inspected?
Oh, because we never got notice of it needing inspecting. The reason we found out that a final inspection hadn't been done is because they applied for a rear addition that the commission denied last year.
But not this
Isn't there
couple.
some kind of,
And
Yeah,
that's
the
how,
contractor.
and that's how we figured it by the contractor. And that's how we figured out that there had never been a final inspection because the permit reviewer in the, permitting office who's supposed to notify us that a final inspection is needed never did. So we never got notice that the house was getting a CO, that they had needed their CO to do our final inspections.
but that's an anomaly. That was something that was not, even he bought it in 24, I think. And it just seems like somebody dropped the ball, whether it was the permit writer or what, but that
Yes.
was a big
We're not.
deal.
There should have been a zoning hold. Correct.
So now you're here.
Correct. Yeah.
Never had a zoning law, so.
And that's the only reason why we're brought into the process is if there's a zoning hold.
And if I may add one more thing, and this is again new to the process, because in 2017, 2018, we didn't have to submit photos for a final inspection report. There was no final inspection from HDC to make sure that the builder built what was approved and what was built. It wasn't there. Now, I'm glad there is, because in new builds, in new construction, whether you're a ½ inch off or your trim doesn't extend all the way down to the eave or you're missing something, it's caught because we, as the applicants or the contractors, have to submit photos back to the commission, to staff, to make sure that it's built the way it's drawn. So again, I'm here before you asking for a leniency on this one because this is so not typical. And if there's anything in the standards that is an exception to the rule, this is one of them.
Okay, does anybody have any questions about or comments about, essentially, he wants to leave it the same? And we're looking at it as if this would
I
be,
understood that she was describing quite a few.
but he said, I thought you said before that he wants to leave everything as,
No, that was Candace.
oh, Candace. Oh, got you.
Right. There are small things, Commissioner Bell, that we could do that are not a financial drain to bring this somewhat into compliance. The corbels on the front, the adding the planter strip along the side. But in its entirety, if we could leave it the way it is, yeah, that'd be great. But we do want to have some, concession.
So question.
And I'm going to
for
speak
legal.
for Michael here, but Michael, please chime in. I know you're on mute, but please chime in.
No, Angie, I think your summary has been excellent. Certainly not looking for the commission to bend the rules because again, you guys are here to preserve the integrity of our historic neighborhoods. And there are some things that I think we want to do to bring it into compliance. So yeah, nothing further to add, Angie. I think you represented that, extremely well.
So can I ask legal a question? So if we decided that we wanted to approve this with some changes, but the height can it be done in a way that it doesn't become a precedence that we add because of the circumstances?
I think you need to be very specific and detailed about what unique facts exist about this situation that leads you to the decision that you make.
I think that the time frame alone is seems like enough, but just the
I
but
think that's helpful. And I think to Angie and the applicant's point that the height is the same. It's the foundation and the grading and the topography that changed, but the structure itself was built with the same roof lines, same, this, that, and the other, with some minor details that we're missing, of course, with the brackets, the window boxes, all those good things. But it essentially matches what was approved.
Can I make a comment or a question maybe? So at the end of the day, do you want us to address the things that can be covered by staff, or do you want us to, like the windows, muttons and things like that, or should we just leave those things for, I guess I should ask
up
the
to you.
commission.
It's
but-
up to the commission. You can just say, staff, you're directed to work with the applicant on everything listed on page 10 and of the page 1. Is the supplement have information? On page 11 of the supplement, on go back to their presentation, please. Page 10, also, I wanted to point out the memo. I think the memo lists everything that can be staff approved. So if you just kind of say those things with some page numbers.
I was just asking because it's
Yeah.
just a lot of little.
There's a lot of little things.
And remember when we talk about precedent, it's, similar situations should yield similar results. If you're deciding differently about something, then you should provide the facts that exist that lead you to the different decision. So I think in this situation, we just need to have a lot of discussion about why this is a unique situation and why you are deciding the way that you are and what makes this different from other scenarios.
Fact that it was approved under previous.
There's 15 different things that make it unique.
Yeah.
Yeah, just state them
Okay,
all.
so why don't we just,
Same.
okay. So then let's talk through the things so we can,
Can we close?
do we have any more questions, comments? Okay, so let's close for deliberation. Let's just go through the staff memo. Height. Like I think it's been stated, the height hasn't changed, just the grade.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you. Foundation approved 1.6 and it was built 3.6.
And I would say the variation in that is if it was today's standards, we would have requested an appropriate grade be shown. It would have been on the plans. We asked that now, but because it was approved before that was a standard request, don't think that it's to fault of the homeowner. I don't think that is, I don't think that's something that needs to be changed.
Both the staff and the commission approval process is very different than it was. when
Yes.
This was originally approved. So the material evidence for the as-built doesn't exist.
I think we should take a straw poll on which way we're leaning and try and this in one direction or the other. Going through this, there's so many violations, let's just, looks like I vote to dump it in the staff's lap.
Second that motion.
No.
In other words, an approval with conditions.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe
that's
float a motion and then let's build the facts.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we, before you do, can we approve it as incongruous with our current design standards?
I would not recommend that. I don't think that you can or should do that.
Can we just not say that?
I think you
not
just-
say because approved, because it's.
Just say if it takes over 3 years to get a,
No,
That's the Piro rule.
Unique conditions of this specific lot and of this around this application that I think you can speak to. And I think that's what Attorney Inman is talking about when we're adding the facts to the case. Those 15 things that Commissioner Taylor mentioned.
So that statement is not appropriate in this particular motion.
Recommended way to
It,
describe what character.
I got it.
so, you got it?
I got it.
Okay, he's got it. All right. Got it.
I move to approve this application with conditions because the proposed project is not incongruous with the special character of the district as described in chapter 3, the design standards, and consistent with the Secretary Interior Standards for Historic Rehabilitation on 2.5. The conditions being that the applicant work with staff regarding the staff's memo on page of the application on page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10,
And page 11 of the supplement.
and page 11 of the supplement, of
Can I make a friendly amendment?
course.
So I don't want to approve it because it's incongruous with the design standards. I want to approve it based on the specific conditions that we are.
So the unique conditions of this project or this application are, one, that a zoning hold was never executed. Two, that it was approved by commission in pre-2017 before these standards and reaffirmed after these standards. And three, there were no, clouds on the title from a lack of zoning holds or permitting holds, to notify the applicant there were issues.
CO was. given.
The CO was issued by the county.
Without final inspection.
Yeah, I mean, without a historic, there was
There's no historic review.
What about, you said something about the information that we normally ask for
Yeah.
isn't available to review because it wasn't required as part of the original application. Someone said that really well.
Well, we typically ask for the site grading. We typically ask for the site grade now to confirm what the elevation of the foundation is going to be. And that was not a standard that was typically asked for when this.
And there's definitely less information in the approved application than is requested from staff and the commission.
At this time.
Because it was done in
Because it was done-
pre-17 and this is now 2026.
Second.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Friendly
maybe
amendment.
one more thing.
Mhm.
With not including the minor details that staff has called out, that you have told staff to work with the applicant to fix, the overall size, scale, massing, height, width, setback was built in accordance to the originally approved plans. And I think that's maybe something, window placement, details, stuff like that was all matches the plans. The biggest change was the topography and the grading for the,
Accepted friendly amendment.
okay, great.
Can you also confirm that you accepted Commissioner Wojcik's friendly amendment?
I accepted Commissioner Wojcik unfriendly amendment.
Friendly, we got about.
I second those amendments.
Okay. Any other friendly amendments? All right, So motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Allred.
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 10-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's great on these things.
Okay. So we're gonna take a break. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break and we'll be back at 6:06 PM.
Thank you, Commission.
Welcome back to the April 8th HDC meeting. We're continuing with our next application, and I'd like to also announce that Commissioner Kerm has left the building
And so has
building.
Commissioner Lineberger.
and Commissioner Lineberger at 6:11 PM. Our next application is 1311 Myrtle Avenue, and I believe the applicant is online. Okay, let's see. Hi, Jessica.
Hi, I'm here. It's good to see you guys.
Good to see you too. Have you been sworn in?
I have not been sworn in.
Okay, we'll get you sworn in first.
Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, this is 1311 Myrtle Avenue. It's a proposal for new construction of a 1.5-story single-family home in the style of a Tudor cottage. The applicant has provided a site plan on slide 7. On slide 9, we have a setback exhibit. On slide 10, we have the Zaltwell survey. And then slides 15 through 18 are elevation drawings. The applicant has also provided some supplement information on slides 13, 14, and 15 of the supplement. Jessica, if you would state your name and address for the court reporter and let us know what slide you'd like to start on.
Sure. My name is Jessica Hyman. I'm with Studio H, and my address is 720 East Tremont Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Okay.
I think we can probably start with the perhaps the building footprints along the block, or maybe the Zaltwell elevations. So in this project, we were tasked with new construction along a block of Myrtle Avenue in between Mount Vernon and Berkeley. The block is it's an interesting block. It's got wider than usual lots on it. The 3 lots that are facing Myrtle on our side of the street are all 75 feet wide. Across the street, there's 3 blocks that are 67.5 and one house that's 75. The houses tend to fill the width of their lots, often with sort of secondary lateral projections on them. And you can see that on our side of Myrtle, there's a few ranch houses on the site. There's a great variety in heights and widths, and also in stylistic expressions on this lot, and so. And so that's sort of where we started. We were looking at how we could meet the list of the standards that we need to for construction, and also comply with the contextual needs for setback and spacing, orientation, massing, height, width, scale, directional expression, foundations, all of this. And we arrived at the American Tudor Revival as the stylistic expression that really happily fell into meeting all of those needs on this particular site, which is uniquely wide and has a great variety along the street. American Tudor Revival is also really prevalent in this side of Dilworth, so we had a lot of context to pull from. We originally submitted this project last October, and we spent most of the fall working with staff on several iterations and evolutions of the project. And I'm really grateful for all of that feedback. It's changed a lot. It does not resemble our first submission in the slightest, but I'm happy with where it landed because I think it's a thoughtful approach to this site. Let's see here. What else do I have in my notes here? Key characteristics of the American Tudor Revival style. Candace, could you switch to our HDC 04? I think, yes, that's the one that we are pulling on. are steeply pitched roofs and dormers, lower floors that are anchored to the ground with that gravitational presence that is so distinctive of the American Tudor Revival style in their materiality and their massing, in brick, stone, stucco, half timbering on upper stories, asymmetric facades that are grounded and heavy that have a storybook quality about them, tall and narrow windows that are often kind of clustered and grouped, multi-pane glazing, this flattened Tudor arch that we so frequently see in this style. The prominent entry is a key focal point that's a push forward and has this sort of strong surround about it. And again, this gravitational presence that is such a distinctive characteristic of this style. Everything is tied to the ground, and the weight is an important consideration. So on this sheet, we have summarized the key examples of the project, the key features of the style that we are using in this project to successfully meet the HDC standards for the site. The staff was really great at working with us through the course of last fall as this project changed and evolved. And we all noted that the American Tudor Revival is such that none of these houses really are cookie cutters of each other. They all are very distinct and unique in their presentation. We're fortunate to have a lot of them in Dilworth and on this side of Dilworth. No two of them are alike or even resemble each other. But that there's also a great wealth of historic information in plan books, and Candace has introduced us to this like an incredible database of historic plan books, and staff told us if we wanted to do a project like this, we really needed to take a very deep dive into the historic plan books to provide examples and exhibits of how the features and details that we were choosing worked together and were consistent with the context and the stylistic expression, and had precedent in both the neighborhood and in the historic documentation. So that was a huge ask. That took a great deal of effort, but I'm not gonna lie, it was really fun. We really enjoyed geeking out over it, and I've told Candace many times it was really fun to dive into her database. On this sheet, we have tried to narrow down the amount of content that we put in front of you to be as concise a representation of the houses that we are referencing within the neighborhood with these features and why we are using them, as well as historic plan book documentation of these features, and how and why they were used. There is more, but it felt like it was becoming a novel, and out of respect for everyone's time, we really tried to dial it into the key examples in the neighborhood and the key examples in the plan books. Ordinarily, at this point in a presentation, I would actually go through the list of the standards in chapter 6, but I feel like it would be extremely repetitive for this particular project, just because these key details that we've used for American Tudor Revival style kind of cross over into each of the standards. So I think I'm going to I think I'm going to let this page speak for itself in the decisions that we've made, and I think I will dive into the staff comments if that makes sense. Although I would love to answer any questions that that the commission has along the way. Candace, if you want to just touch on the elevation sheets, I can see if there's anything else I need to say right now before I dive into staff comments. This is the front elevation. You'll see the actual drafted front elevation includes a lot more information. We always include these 1-point perspectives in our presentations because the flattened out 2D elevations can be really misleading in the way that they lay out. And we have relied heavily for this context on these lateral secondary projections set back from the house in order to meet the standard required for the width and the spacing and the rhythm on this block of Myrtle Avenue. And then Candace, can you go to the next one? I don't know that this one is really that important. The 1-point perspective really it brings the portico share. into a lot of presence that doesn't actually exist in the 3D environment. It actually is pushed back from the face of the house. So it's really secondary in its quality. Can you go to the next one? This is the rear of the house. It employs some of the same techniques. This project is really an effort for the family to downsize, and so we really don't need as much program on the rear of the house or on the back of the house. And so it's not as much elevation as the front elevation, but the front elevation is making every effort to be contextual. And this is the side that looks like a lot of the other sides of the American Tudor revivals in Dilworth with a lot of these same features of these wraparound pent eaves on the side projections and these long, tight, steep dormers along the edges, the grouped windows. This is very indicative of many of the examples in the neighborhood that you see on HDC04 or sheet HDC04. So that being said, Candace, can you go to the front elevation sheet, A 2.0?
Slide
Thank
15.
you. Thank you so much. Slide 15. I'm gonna dive into the staff notes. If we need to jump around on the slides, we can do that. But I just want to make sure I address these before discussion. And I'm just gonna go in order of where I found them in the staff notes. The first was that foundation height is needed. We do have the foundation height noted on the A 2.0 sheets at the porches, on the front porch and the back porch. These foundation heights are actually the same as the historic structure that used to be there. We have not departed from that foundation height, and we have documentation of that, of course, from the Zalwell survey. The big discussion on this is the staff note about the porch and the dormer, and so I'm going to come back to that because that actually is the biggest detail. Plans note that the brick is to remain unpainted. That is correct. The brick is to remain unpainted. Setbacks, the dimensions provide dimensions of the proposed new construction. We are showing those dimensions on both the site plan and the floor plan. Sorry, the first site plan is 0.1. That has strings of dimensions, although they may be hard to see, and the first floor plan also has them. You can see on this site plan a 0.1 where the historic rear yard line was. Yeah.
Jessica, does it show where the neighboring properties are? Like with numbers?
No, but I can certainly provide that. That information is from Polaris, which has an element of inaccuracy about it.
It's just a standard request that we have to the front thermal wall and the front porch.
You already have an
Sure, no
exhibit
problem.
on slide 9. It's just that it doesn't have
And-
any dimensions.
Probably the critical information to answer that question is that we have placed our thermal wall in exactly the same location as the house that previously was there, and we've placed the front of our porch in exactly the same location as the house that was previously there.
Yep.
And I can provide backup information to staff about that, but the front of the house, the thermal wall and the porch are in exactly the same spot as the previous structure. The historic rear wall line you can see in that kind of strong dashed line, and this project represents an addition. I mean, conceptually, it represents an addition of about 22 feet, which typically it falls coincidentally falls into the range of what we typically see when we're asked to put additions on these houses such that people can age in place. So the footprint of the house is consistent with what we see in this part of the neighborhood, but it's also consistent in what we see in this when this type of project falls into a renovation setting. So the front dimensions we talked about, the thermal, we talked about, those both match the historic property. The left property line at the front face is 22 feet. To the portico share, which is further back, it's 6 feet. The right property line at the front face is 16.8. And to the lateral secondary extension on the right side, which is further back, is 8.4 feet. These all, if we look at the Zoutwell elevations, fall into a consistent rhythm with the rest of the street and the historic qualities of the spacing and the rhythm along the street. The next one was provide the dimensions of neighboring properties. I think that was what Christy was just asking me. We're showing them on that footprints sheet based on the information that we can glean as accurately as possible from Polaris, to provide the consistent thermal wall line and front porch line. But again, our proposed structure, the thermal wall and the porch wall are in exactly the same location as the previous structure. The front walk and the driveway was another question. The front walkway, you can see from our site plan that our intention is to preserve and restore the existing stairs and cheek walls at the street face. And then the first half of that walk is the existing walk. So we definitely do need to provide a dimension on that. The first half is the existing walk. Our intention is to work with that to preserve it, restore it, and then match it for the second half to get up to the front stoop. So same materiality in the concrete and same width. And then the carriage tracks, we've represented them here just in the dimensions that we've typically been approved for, although I'm certainly willing to change them to whatever they need to be. The carriage tracks themselves are 30 inches of concrete, and the space in the middle is gravel for 36 inches. There is one tree that is likely an issue, but it's a heritage tree. It's in very poor health, and the homeowner is working with the Heritage Tree Commission on that one tree. It's the one that is closest to Candace's pointer right now. So the biggest discussion is probably about the front porch. So if we can go to the yeah, the front elevation sounds great. Yeah, or we could go to the precedent sheet that we put together. They're similar. So this was always the primary feedback that we received from staff along the way. Initially, the project that we brought to staff was a one-story house with a much larger and more prominent American Tudor Revival porch. It had 3 bigger arches, this parapet wall. It was similar to one that was around the corner on Berkeley. It was the porch was the prominent street-facing element, and the feedback from staff was that that we had designed this initial presentation of the project with a porch that was in the high Tudor Revival style, and that we had designed the rest of the house in a low Tudor Revival style, which actually I think was really insightful feedback, and I'm grateful for that. But staff did not consider the two of those compatible and wanted us to revisit the way that they work together. So we spent a lot of time around the neighborhood and actually realized, this property is north of East Boulevard, and more of the Tudor Revival north of East Boulevard is really in the high style. It's when we're south of East Boulevard that we get more into the low Tudor Revival style. And we really felt like probably that we needed to reconsider this from a lot of different directions, but one of them actually needed to be this presentation of the mass of the house being in the low style, which was really not consistent with the context north of East Boulevard. So the evolution of the front elevation and the porch, it involved a lot of adjustments. We separated the front entry and we increased the front entry in its prominence as a key feature. We pulled it forward, and we framed it in a traditional Tudor Revival style that referenced other Tudor entries around Dilworth, with these tapered walls, with this band above, with the framing around the door. These are all really common examples of that gravitational presence that's so typical of the American Tudor Revival style. And they reference specific properties within Dilworth, the way the door's handled. The porch, we then reduced it in its size and we pulled it over to the left. We pulled it away from the front door and we pushed it a little bit back so that it would be secondary to the front entry, and the front entry would be really the key feature of the project. The massing at the front of the house, we really changed that a lot actually. Before the house was a 1-story, and we've really actually brought the plate height of the upper level to around 6.5 feet, so that it's a 2-story house, although we have, jogged the facial lines consistent with the American Tudor Revival style. The overall height remained the same and continues to be lower than the surrounding homes, but by changing the massing to this 2-story massing at the front with the in-wall dormer that's characteristic of the American Tudor Revival style, we were really able to change the relationship of the porch to the rest of the house. So it was a lot of pieces that came together kind of carefully. And then we also introduced things like playing with the proportions of all the window divided lights, the multi-pane windows, to make sure that they matched across the course of the house, and building in this very typical story belt course with the break in the line of the house between the heavy earthy materials with the gravitational presence, where it switches to more of the timbering or board and batten. I talked already about the dive into the historic plan books, where we got a great breadth of information. That's mostly summarized on HGC 0.3. And let's see. This conversation leads into the next comment that staff had in their analysis, which was about the dormer. So we provided an exhibit in the agenda supplement that includes both contextual precedent within Dilworth, as well as plan book precedent for the in-wall dormer that breaks the fascia of the house. This is a feature that's really typical of American Tudor Revival and of Picturesque Cottage. Some of these properties within Dilworth that we're referencing are not historic. Most of them are, but some are not. But I do think it represents the fact that it is frequently found in Dilworth in a variety of styles, but also specifically in American Tudor Revival and Picturesque styles. The next question was about the doors. So we were extremely careful. This is a long conversation that we had with staff as well about these doors. We're extremely careful in the manner that we designed this dormer and fenestration. By introducing this typical story belt course, which is sort of the cap on that porch element massing, very typical of American Tudor Revival style. We've referenced that history and precedent in HGC 03. We essentially brought a line in at the windowsill height across the upper level and matched the divided light patterns across the windows on the upper level. And have specified doors that have extremely narrow stiles and rails, and have clustered these sort of in the solid void rhythm ratio that we see a lot in American Tudor Revival style, with the intention that this would look like windows. A typical American Tudor Revival porch and typical American Tudor Revival dormer and windows. The other conversation we had with staff was we had lighting next to the doors, which of course is very typical. We've removed the lighting next to the doors. That was sort of a visual cue that was inconsistent with what we were trying to accomplish, and we've stuck lighting underneath the threshold. Let's see here, what else? So in doing all of that, putting all of those pieces and strategies together, the massing and configuration were intended to bear like a striking resemblance to a typical front porch and a typical dormer within the American Tudor Revival style. So, if the fascia were a different height, or the story belt was not there, or the stiles and rails were standard size, or if there were lanterns, these would be visual cues that this was doing something different. But having redesigned all of those, the idea is that this will, kind of be meticulously considered to reference the context and the historic patterns, and not call itself out as something different. And I think a good example of this, and I should have provided a photo, but I did not, but maybe staff could pull it up, is 1165 Linganore Place. 1165 Linganore is a house that's really beloved in Dilworth. I have always known it as the clinker brick house. On the Linganore side, it has a large, deeply inset, glassy dormer. And then on the Romney side, it has a Juliet balcony. And these are two things that actually blend seamlessly with this house and seamlessly with its context. They're obviously things that are not specifically called out in the standards, but they have a real quiet presence on this house. The Juliet balcony is over to the right and set back. We're obviously not proposing a Juliet balcony, but the point being that these things are existing in a way that is seamless within the context of the neighborhood here and within the context of this stylistic expression. And then the deep inset, extremely glassy piece, you can see the Juliet balcony over to the right there in that one.
Which one? Oh, that's a new
It's over to
construction.
the right.
No, that's
Oh,
on the
okay.
garage.
It has a Juliet
It's new
balcony?
construction.
Yeah.
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 Okay, and then along
I
the
think there
Linganore
was
side.
there was one in your supplement that had a little balcony on it. Go
Yeah,
up.
in the supplement, we actually have
2000 Dilworth Road East has a little Juliet balcony. You can't even see it because the wrought iron like fades away.
You are
but
correct.
Yeah.
My point being that these are things that are not specifically addressed within the standards, but within the context and within this style, they can very quietly exist in a seamless way. And on Linganore, the other piece is along Linganore is that deep set, very glassy upper level dormer, which is charming and it exists in an unobtrusive way. So that's around the left side of the house. It's also street facing. Oh, of course that tree is there.
Last year.
There it is, yeah. Well, I don't know how good that photo is. But it's like floor to ceiling glass set into that. Then the other staff comment that I just wanted to make sure that I discussed was in the portico share, we have these slightly tapered columns. We've also put a lot of thought and research into this. This portico share is one of these elements that we've needed to address the HDC standards for width and rhythm and spacing along the street. We've got these secondary lateral extensions set back further in the house. There are other houses along this block that use the same strategy as scale reducing strategies. One of the most distinctive qualities of American Tudor Revival style is this quality of, gravitational presence. And the homes they really try to feel very planted to their sites, right? And so the concept of weight and permanence, they're really critical design considerations. And so the ways that we often see this within this stylistic expression are walls that feel thick, windows that feel deep, the door surrounds, which are very typical, the material selections, which are really earthy and heavy, brick, stone, stucco, foundations that really hug the ground, and these lateral secondary extensions, which frequently include portico shares. So we've talked about why we use the portico shares, this lateral secondary extension, to meet the standards. But our presentation of the columns is intended to be consistent with the stylistic expression of the house and the tapering of the front entry surround in its groundedness and sort of hugging the earth quality. So we really can't use thin wooden columns here. One, because they need to meet the ground somehow, and a pier would not be consistent with the American Tudor Revival style. That would really be more of a craftsman detail. But two, because we really wouldn't have that important visual quality of the weight in the columns. So this is why we selected brick for the columns. We, from our perspective, we like the taper in them for consistency. I don't think that's something that we are, completely married to. If the commission has other ideas of what they want to see there, I think from our perspective, it just needs to be a materiality and a massing that really does have that gravitational presence that is so distinctive of the stylistic expression. And I think I've covered the staff notes in that. So I'm happy to talk about anything else, but I might just turn it over to the commission out of respect for everyone's time.
Thank you, Jessica. We have no callers.
Great. Anyone want to get it started?
To figure out where you got the taper columns.
I can't hear the comments.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear
Hi.
you now. Thank you.
Hey, sorry about that. Just in talking about the portico share columns, you've designed them with a taper, and it looks like they're spec'd out as unpainted brick. Is your brick gonna taper along with the taper of the column? I'm just wondering how you're gonna treat that, because you'd have sort of the ziggurat almost stepping up the side, unless you did some real fancy custom brick there. Yeah.
No, yeah, you're correct. And of course, AutoCAD does not present this very well in its hatching. The taper that we're showing is like a 1.5%. It's a really subtle taper. So I think that in laying the brick, it's still along the height of the column. It's not a significant offset per brick, and it doesn't have that ziggurat quality. But it's something we've done before when we've tried to ground the brick pieces like this at a very subtle angle.
No, that helps me a lot. Thank you. That explains it. And I, just as one commissioner, I appreciate that splayed, quality to those columns. I think it adds to the overall composition, which again, my opinion is quite pleasing and really addresses the standards pretty well.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hi, Jessica. It's Heather, Commissioner Wojcik. So you're saying that you're gonna have that same flare on the wall around on either side of the front door?
Yeah,
Is that-
so we are, Candace, if you can scroll a little bit to the right to the drafted elevation, we have that same kind of 1.5%, 2% flare on both sides of the front door massing. And to the right of the front door, we have that large glassy corner piece. We also have that on the brick water table below that. That's
okay.
all of that is intended to ground the foundation of the house.
Okay. Thank you. And then can I ask about the porch? So I've seen it where you come up to a front porch and you're addressing the front door. Or I've seen it where the porch is kind of not on the front elevation, but more on the side elevation. But I don't know that I've ever seen a combination where you come to the front door with no covering and then you have the covering kind of still engaged on the front. Yeah. And I know you've
yeah, I
done
think
tons of research, but can you just explain that a little bit more? Because this seems a little bit different than.
Sure, no problem. Our original schematic for this project, which again, I mean, I'm very happy with its evolution. I think it's far better than our original schematic, but the original schematic did have us coming through the front porch to get to the front door. The front porch was a much more prominent feature, and the entry was a much more secondary feature. And it was really through working with staff last fall that we inverted that, which I think was incredibly strong feedback and was great for the project. In doing so, we did a deep dive into the plan book research, and in looking for this configuration of sort of the secondary, parapet front porch with the strong entry detail, we found features in a lot of the plan books that had this as a secondary feature off to the side. And so the porch serves the house, but it doesn't serve the entry. And it's something that we also employed when we did the new construction project over on Romney, the Lantern House project that overlooks the basketball court, where the porch is actually not a part of the entry. It serves the house, but not the entry itself.
Would you point out the plan book research that you're talking about?
Yeah, let me open it up on my computer because I'm having trouble seeing that one really quick. Sorry, I'm not in my usual office, and so it's taking me just a second to pull this up. Story build, dormer, front facing balcony.
Is it part of the supplement or part of the original presentation?
Oh, the one I was thinking was part of the original presentation, but you're right. The one the plan book we stuck in there does have the front porch in it. It's secondary to the arch. It's inverted in this one. It's kind of in the middle of the bottom.
Middle of the bottom.
Yeah. So it's not the greatest example.
Where?
Just above your cursor, it's the plan book that's above the Berkeley Avenue example, but the door is within it. It is the framing of the front door. In my mind, I had that backwards. The front door feature that we really had referenced in this project is a little to the right of that. It's in 1920 Dilworth Road and 1901 Dilworth Road. They're both Dilworth Road East, and they're strong front door massings over to the right of the, these are our examples of the front door massing.
Yeah, but they don't have the porch.
This is correct, yeah. The one that, the plan book one that is to the, in the bottom left of the screen right now is where we've really referenced the use of the story belt course.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm having a couple of questions. I think the it's charming on so many levels, and the kind of fighting between the porch and the front door, the mismatch there. The porte cochere, I understand the need for the heaviness, but seeing straight lines on the left side of the porch and then the flared lines, somehow it seems a little disjointed, I think. I have not seen a upper level porch example that's similar in your documentation, except for that one that's over the front door. And again, you're saying you don't want to have the porch at the front door, but the upper level space there, it seems a little mixed up. I'd also like to ask staff, you had a lot of notes in different places. Did you feel that your concerns were addressed generally, or was there anything that was missed?
Basically, the overall concern is that, while there are elements of the tutor, it feels like every single element of tutor was pulled and included, rather than, tutor is, a lot of our tutors have an understated quality to them, unless it's a super high style, big 2-story, which there are examples of in here, both in the supplement and on slide, what was it, 11? I think it's the fact that this is more cottage-like, but it just has still very high style elements. Yes.
Yes, thank you. That's a good way of explaining some of what I was feeling, but it could not articulate. It's almost like the rule that Coco Chanel said about you take off one bit when you're walking out the door. This seems to have all of the bits together in the plan. I feel the porch is still fighting with the porch cochere and the door. I understand each element, but the overall presentation, I feel, is still too busy at the street.
I was thinking about that house that came through, that was a stucco, and I'm not sure if it was supposed to be a tutor or whatever. And, it was absolutely beautiful, but when you looked at it in comparison to the street, it was too nice. You know what I mean?
Part of it. I also found myself, again, coming back to the issue of the brick, the stucco, the mix of everything. To Commissioner Sullivan's point about grading that flare on the porte cochere supports. If those were in stucco, would they fold back? Not fold. Would they fade back a little bit? Again, I do not want to get into design at all, but if there could be something that could simplify, calm, really sit into the cottage aesthetic, I think that would help me.
Was it slide 15? Is that, we're not, when you look at one of the front perspective render, the way it's done, you don't see the brick texture on the porch or those porte cochere columns.
Yes.
Softer.
And,
That helps.
I think that helps.
I'm looking at those renderings. Those do feel more, again, calm, cottagey. And then when I look back on slide 11 at the example that you specifically pointed out in the lower level, far right,
that's just a much simpler presentation. And,
So
yeah, please.
the previous tutor we looked at, and just spoke of it, there's a difference between Upper Dilworth and Lower Dilworth. That was Lower Dilworth and it had 2 months of the tutor. This is Upper Dilworth.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
This is more appropriate
Oh,
on this side. of-
Yeah. Yeah. But even if you look at the conceptual houses though, they're just not as, I mean, it's more appropriate for sure, but they're just not,
I think,
they're just simpler.
yeah, I mean, this one, the
Simpler.
complexity of the roof, there's dormers, there's gables, there's a lot of stuff that around it is more simpler.
Yeah.
And then the context are 2 stories that have a lot of different roof forms. This is not. And so I agree that it just, like I saw it and it just looked busy. And it feels like to me, it's like in the roof, like everything is, I'm gonna pull a gable from here, I'm gonna pull a whatever from here. So,
Yeah.
Story, the language that you're using about story of upper makes a lot of sense.
I'm so sorry, I can't hear anything.
Sorry, when, the idea of it being storybook makes sense when one looks at it in isolation, but as Commissioner Bell was saying, in context, with these very simple forms around it, I think it's still a little too busy. I think you're much closer, and I applaud the work, but I think it's still too busy.
Jessica, I'm just gonna say it's absolutely gorgeous, but and there's the but. I do think that it needs to be just a little bit simpler.
I think that's part of it is the proportionality of the building.
Well, it's 25
I'm sorry,
feet.
I can't hear.
The height is 25 feet, which is a true 2-story is taller than that, right?
And then maybe that's why it looks so busy is
I think
because it's
so,
a story and a
because
half instead of a.
A true, yeah, those, the tutors that are the true 2 stories, you know, just have a lot more presence on the street.
Well, and they're less choppy because the facade's broken up less.
Yeah.
I just don't think we need to take everything, say it needs to be exactly this. I think.
Oh, no. Yeah. Well, that's why we're designers. But we still have to go back to context as much as, I mean, I don't want Jessica to change something just to change it. We have to go back to context and.
I'm looking at the house across the street on the context. Let's see, it's page 8. That's a very simple Tudor roof.
It's not historic.
Oh.
It was originally a ranch house.
Oh.
They added a second story. Even to your point.
I was just thinking that some simpler Tudor massing
Right there.
would,
Bottom right.
it's on page 8.
Well, it's also the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, right there.
That
That one.
Ugh.
No.
No?
No, if you go up to page 8 on the left-hand side, the second one down, wait, I'm scrolling.
This one?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's
That-
original.
And just kind of, it's a little plain looking, especially compared to Jessica's beautiful design. But I think that maybe some of those simpler lines would be more in keeping with the context of the street scape in terms of not as many roof lines competing. And I also think that the columns on the porte cochere could be straight because I think it accentuates the grounding of the tapered walls on the main part of the house. That by making those columns straight, then all of a sudden the kind of storybook charming front gable that's tapered is more of the prominent element. Those are my just two contextual things.
So I'm thinking just general complexity of roof lines, and then the material textures have a lot to do with the complexity of the visual complexity of the structure.
So,
Sense?
yeah, so I think we're moving toward a motion. Can I try it? I think, no, or we're not, we're still open.
Oh,
Sorry,
we're
sorry.
still open? Sorry.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we will close.
Am I, can I ask questions, actually?
Okay, we're back open.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
On sheet HDC 04, I'll reference the houses on the north side of East Boulevard more than the south side. I think on the south side of East Boulevard, we do have a lot of American Revival Tudor cottages that do use just to use the same language, a little bit of everything. We have a lot of, on the south side of East Boulevard, a lot of Tudor cottages and picturesque cottages that have, you know, 3 different arches, all that have different radii, and the door is sort of in one but sort of not, and something peeks over the top. And our effort was actually to be more consistent with the north side of East Boulevard, which is why we've drawn on these examples. But I do think we have many examples on the north side of East Boulevard and along Dilworth Road, which I would consider high Tudor, that do have a lot of these elements. I actually appreciate the note about the stucco versus the brick, because I do think the homeowner would be completely open to switching to stucco if it wanted to be quieter. But I think even with the house directly across the street that's historic, you know, we have the asymmetric gable, we have the in-wall dormer, the breaking of the fascia lines, a circular window, a surround on the door. We have many of the same elements, and we're not mimicking them, but we do have many of the same elements. So I think, you know, we're totally happy to take whatever feedback and make whatever adjustments. But I think I need something much more specific than what I'm understanding to this point, because we are taking direct examples from American Tudor Revival houses, the one across the street and the ones up and down Berkeley.
So could I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just thinking that this house is designed, if it was a little bigger, it's more Myers Park. And if you take the porte-cochere away, possibly the porch, which I like the porch, that simplifies it quite a bit. And so I think that might be something that what I'm hearing from others, it could have a big impact. How important is the porte-cochere?
I like.
I think the porte-cochere.
I think it adds to the complexity, though,
Yeah.
of what people see, you know, because it's really not that complex of a roof line. I mean, it's not.
I mean, again, we're getting perilously close to
I
design
think
work.
we're all getting to design it, and I think you have given Jessica reflection on the combination of elements, the materiality, you know, the door placement, the proportions, the height of this versus, you know, the true 2-story, the simplicity of some of the other Tudors. Like, that's the direction that the commission typically provides to applicants, and I just worry that anything more is too designy.
Okay, I'd just like to kind of second that and what Jessica was agreeing with about the maybe more consistency in the materials. I'm looking at 1901 Dilworth on your page 04, in addition to that brick across the street that has, that you said have a lot of the same elements, but they're a singular exterior material. And so that maybe calms the picture down, is what some of the other commissioners may be getting to.
Okay,
Thank you. That is helpful. I appreciate that.
so we'll close again.
Want to keep chatting or should I float a motion?
I thought we just opened back up.
Okay,
So I
no.
thought no.
All right, I can help it.
Let's give it a try. I move that we continue this application and request that the applicant restudy, in particular, the massing and complexity of form, 6.8. Also the roof complexity, 6.13. Are we okay with the porch, or do we need to take another look at the porch?
Take another look at the porch.
Take another look at the porch, 6.17, and the materials, 6.18. And that all of that is in service of calming and quieting the approach a bit on this beautiful house. Any other thoughts from my fellow commissioners?
I second that.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Holtz and seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any other discussion? Okay, Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
No.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to continue passes 7-1.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So that completes our agenda for this month.
What'd you say?
I said that completes our
Oh.
agenda for that.
We have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? This meeting is adjourned at 7:02 PM.